Mic check. 1, 2. Two Legit City on the mic. We were back on the guided Aquatic Planet Pack run. All DLCs enabled, but we're doing the Aquatic Planet Start. The big 3 achievements, Carnivore, Logivore, and Super Sustainable, have been completed. So, last stream, we were pivoting to get some in-between power sources and trying to sustain that for a little bit. We are still living off of the beacons, though we did scale this up to 12, which is the max size given our pool size. And for the most part, no more slow goes. These are just kind of self-maintained right there. We're not feeding them either, so they're just kind of chilling. Outside of that, we're doing a little bit of sushi with the Weezwort that we got from the second planet to try to get some mutated seeds. And then we also have the mealwood over here that's growing. I should probably continue growing these though. We need some more sushi. That way we could feed the second part of the quest. We already did 3 deliveries. And then we're going to start growing these pin pockets. So this is mainly going to be because we're going to want to be able to make diamonds. There is going to be an achievement called Mine the Gap that requires us to get something called a Dro Cone. A Dro Cone consumes diamonds in order to dig on top of these points of interest. The thing with that is, that's an achievement. So we're going to want to make sure we have the diamonds on hand in order to do it. There are diamonds on the bottom of the map. Most of it is Galena though. But yeah, diamonds. And then this thermal fissure that we have the marine drill on top of provides sulfur and natty gas as long as we're able to just keep it open. So you got to open it by feeding this diamonds as well. This is basically going to be our power source. We're going to want to utilize this when we can. And then effectively, this is input, no output, huh? It is what it is. We're going to be trying to run that. So we're going to be trying to feed, trying to clear a little bit of this area, waiting for the ice to melt. And then one of the things we're going to want to do is also move this water into here so that we could use this as a hot water dump like we've been doing. And that's only because we have the ice glacier though. So, you know, if you guys didn't have the ice, it probably would be a little bit harder, but there is a lot of water on the map. Again, it's very possible to do something similar in the rust biomes, though you do have to kind of relocate the water from like the ocean, maybe from the saltwater geyser. And then it also has to be lukewarm, so maybe the water here. Use that, dump it into the rust biome. That way it cools it back down. You could use that, you know, low heat temperature to average out with the hot temperature your output from the metal refinery. Another thing that we're also going to want to do is the mealwood is going to eventually, not yet because we're doing the sushi, get pickled. Pickled meal lice because it has long shelf life. These last 32 cycles. Is going to be a great starter food source for the rocket missions in the beginning. So we're going to be trying to do that. I should probably keep doing the loop here, realistically. That way we could melt this a little bit faster. It's getting close, but some of this is also getting pretty far. Now, the big thing is the CO2 will eventually become a problem, and it is kind of already an issue right here. We did a little bit of pumping down here, but these are both 3 tiles thick. Kind of don't want to mess with that. This is a liquid lock over here. So we will just do a gas pump. Since the oxygen is like that, we will have to move the canister filler up here. And we will move the pump. Huh. There is some oxygen getting trapped there, so maybe not. Put some airflow here wouldn't be bad, but I want that move speed bonus. Let's just get this right there. Now I will say, last stream we were basically pivoting, going from the big 3 achievements to something that basically breaks the achievements. But since we're done with it, we could do it now. Things like, you know, using farm tiles. I mean, we've been doing that with the flue corral already. Right here for oxygen. It's just that now we're going to do this for power, and you can't use the natty gas until you're done with super sustainable, in which we are. Alright, so the big 3 is done. So at this point, it's really just take your time, go through the areas and grab the resources you need. In our case, it's going to be diamonds. We're going to want to have that. We're also going to want to just tap the tidal turbines as much as we can. As well as probably get ready for some other ones as well. Let's move the stuff when we can. Let's get a turbine on this because eventually we will want one. And we'll eventually plug it in. Probably spill some salt water or regular water inside. Most likely regular water. Alright, so this is flooded. Smoked shell is no eggs yet. That's good. And then fish calories are a little low. I mean, some of this is going into the sushi for the objective, right? And we are manually doing this until we get our food storage up. Our food storage is ready. It's filled with ethanol. This is set to the right temperature, -30. We have our food storage we could grab to eat and our kitchen food storage. We have our sweepers to automate this a little bit better. The only thing we're really waiting for now is stable power. We're gonna very likely run it off of ethanol to get it started in the beginning. Run some petroleum gens. And then once we have that, we should be able to start running the marine drill right here. That being said, we don't have plastic. Maybe we should make some more rubber. Because we are going to be growing the rubber palm. We got a little bit of sulfur from processing the galena right here. This barely heats up the water. That's funny. So it's just a power consumption. All right. We will very likely want to dig this. Let's run that. Let's run the pipeline down. And then we're gonna do this. We're gonna drip the warm liquid on the ice directly. Bridge is gonna get bopped. And then we'll also try to do something that's gonna be hot. Maybe run steel. Alright, just gonna pump from down there. And then this is pin pocket requires refined carbon. That's not bad. Let's probably not look at the meat anymore. The dirt's pretty healthy. And then the algae I don't think matters. So refined carbon. We are making that by doing the arbor trees. To consume whatever amount of polluted water we have. I might want to keep doing that. Clean up some of the brine. Clean up these polluted biomes. Could be really good for us. If anything, I feel like we should continue doing some of this. Take it from the sludge press. This is clean water and we're still pumping this out. I will want as much trees and wood as I can get, just for the refined carbon. So we will want to do this on 99. Good news is that this does not require dupe labor. They're just doing their business. But at this point in the game, you're really just going at your own pace, right? Meaning that you don't have to do the achievements right away. There's no deadline. You go at the speed that you would want to go at. Take your time, because the only way you lose is if you try to rush things. Otherwise, the world is literally your oyster right now. You can do whatever you want with it, man. But yeah, we are preparing for the hardest achievement to do. Not that it's difficult, but time consuming. You're going to have to make 100 rocket trips, assuming that you have the drill cone. So you got to tech up for it first. And then what you're going to want to do, or what you're going to need to do, is just drill and use up all the diamonds, all 1000 kilograms. And then you have to do the rocket launch. And the problem is that you can't go to the same thing 100 times. You're going to eventually run out of resources and go to multiple areas. So once you go further and further out, the longer the rocket mission takes. And it ends up being that each rocket mission is going to be, including the mining time, about 15 cycles. Right? Maybe more, depending on how far it is and what type of rocket you're running. So we're going to need to do a lot of things eventually. Get a reactor, rad bolt. That way we could travel to and from round trips, right? And then we're also going to need to be able to have the number of rockets. There is a maximum of 16 rockets you could have in the game. So while there is somewhat of a soft cap, I don't know if we're actually going to get up to 16. Upside is that this planet, the aquatic planet, has no meteors, so we don't have to worry about defending or doing anything like that. So for the most part, take your time at this point. If you guys are running into any problems, leave a comment down below. If you guys are also here live, you can ask me live as well. Hey, we got the sushi. Let's go. They're happy now. Gasket, gum palms, good stuff. I think we had only like 2 gum palm seeds. All right, so we're going to be working. Right now, we're just taking care of some of the CO2 right now. It's starting to pile up a little bit. So what we're going to want to do is just lower the amount of CO2, put it in a canister, 200 kg canister, and then we're going to use that for some rocket launch missions eventually. I see a box. Welcome in. Haven't bought the most recent DLC. I think it's a good DLC. It's a very aesthetically pleasing DLC. So it's been good stuff when it comes to that. It has been good stuff. All right, now that they have been removed, we could go in now, start digging a little bit. I will want to melt some of the ice from here. So we will want to open this up when we can. And then this is basically waiting for some suits. So I kind of want to have the suits here. Small little problem, right? I won't be able to effectively come down this way if we have the suits there. So we're probably going to do like a weird MacGyver. Pin pocket seed. That's exactly what we need. We are low on pin pocket seeds. We only have 2. We're going to have to go down and steal from the biome down here. All right, we're going to let them work. Let's get to it. How are you guys, people of chat? We got a little bit of lead from doing this. So I'm thinking we could just use lead for that. But then I'm also thinking I should just get rubber from the gun tree palm. And we're going to be getting more anyways. And then this gives me 500, which allows me to do 5 of these. Do that so that we could make the Super Baller insulated conductive wire. This combo is 1200. It's basically an aqua tuner. There's going to be a second one down here we're probably going to want to tap as well. Fun times of all the lukewarm / warm water. Because this used to be a glacier, but the brine biome basically melted it pretty fast. So there's some going through the biome there that we're going to want to do for a little bit more natty gas. All right, we're pumping. Let's make some steel. Let's do 25. That's going to be nice for melting some of the stuff right here. All right, so we know we're going to spill out the liquid into here. And we know that we're going to want to dig out a lot of this mud. We're going to use this as a heat dump after the ice melts. Just makes sense. And then we're going to dig this part out. We're going to let some of the water drip out. Not only that, we were supposed to grow a little bit of trees here. Arbor trees. Where are you? Am I out of arbor tree seeds? I am out of arbor tree seeds. All right, we're going to have to dig some up. This one. That one. They're wild, so I might as well just feed the trees. Maybe put some pips on it. That is one of the things. We could just get the pips to be eating the trees too. Wouldn't be too bad. All right, so 1, 2. Once you get steel, what do you try to build first? Aqua tuner. You typically want to get like 1500 steel. You're gonna need 1200 for the aqua tuner. And then depending on what you're building and what you're tapping it towards, you might need like a pump. You might need a sweeper or something like that, right? And then I guess that's 1600, maybe automation wire. But normally it's going to be building an aqua tuner, just one. If you can get a second one, it'd be kind of nice. And then I want to say food storage, because that's one of the big leaps. No longer having to have food waste. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of nice. No longer having to worry about wasted food. Sushi roll. All right. Calamari on forever, because we are not growing squid. If squid dies, we should just eat this. We're gonna leave the edamames by itself, and we're not gonna do anything with the pin pockets because we would rather do the diamond for that right here. All right, so that being said, this area is not warm enough to actually grow the pin pockets. These require 40 to 80. So in the middle of the water, we're going to build a tempedizer. These are made out of iron, overheat 125. So not really too worried. Though the big thing about that is if you do plan on putting some squid inside, squid has a nice range of 40 to 100, but the squid ink boils at 80. So you want to be around like 69, 75 degrees Celsius, right? It's just better that way. All right, so we're going to spill some water this way. We will eventually dump most of the water in, but for now, we're just going to get started with the top half. The more water here, the harder it is going to be to warm up. So we're just going to remove half of it. It's going to chill the bottom. This is already realigned, and we're going to dig out this chunk once we can. All right, we have ladders going down to the bottom, so we shouldn't be worried. It's a nice clean spill too. Good times. Now, I will say, we're going to do a really weird multi-lock in the same lock entrance area. I feel like it's going to make sense, but we'll see. All right, so our next goal is going to be setting up to get power. Oh, we made the rubber pretty fast. That's pretty good. We got the sulfur. Refined metals, rubber, or plastics. Oh, I made gaskets on forever. No. Ah, what a travesty. What a travesty. All right, so another thing we're going to look at is sulfur. We have a decent amount. I will want to grow some of these tubular plants. Sulfur, and then you got to get some polluted brine or brine. 8 cycles, 50 to 110. Is there an area that's around that temperature? I guess it would be here. Can these grow underwater? Oh, I mean, they're growing underwater. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. There are suits here. All right, we will do a makeshift setup. That makes sense, I feel like. We will run Mafic Rock. Hey, Hunter coming in with the 26 months. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote one as ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Thank you, Hunter. Mamba's tucked in right now. The little baby's just chilling in bed. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to be within range. This is all soft, so I don't have to worry about dupe getting stuck. Hey, Abductor, what in the world? Coming in. Hello, all of you. What's going on, Abductor? I see you over there. Welcome in, dude. How are you, man? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 30 months. Yo, man, just like that, we got a hype train. Yo, man. Hype train hype. Let's go. Appreciate y'all, though. How are you doing, Abductor? Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good in your part of the world. Of course, appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. We're just continuing the aquatic run. You know what it is. No, man, the acid is still happening. It's weird. It's frustrating too, because it's like you don't eat anything, and then it still feels like it's not helping. It's weird, man. I want to say though that I'm getting better sleep, but I'm doing something different now too. I remember back, man, a couple years ago, I was taking probiotics And I don't remember my acid reflux being that bad around that time. So I'm taking probiotics again. But I saw a video that was talking about how you're supposed to actually work with that. You're not supposed to take it like constantly. How it's supposed to work is you take it as you need it, almost, in a sense that you're not trying to be reliant on it. What you're trying to do instead is you're trying to effectively get started, if that makes sense. You want to get started with that antibiotics, or not antibiotics, probiotics, and then you want to kind of like foster your gut biome. So I haven't taken those in a while, so I'm trying to do that right now. And then the logic is that hopefully we could feed it the good things that it needs to thrive. But I need to get that good start first right now, which is one of the reasons why I feel like, yeah, we're gonna need oxygen in here. One of the reasons I feel like we're going to need the probiotics. We need to get started. Hopefully it's going to be a great start. Makes sense. They're supposed to promote good bacterial growth in the gut. Yeah. Basically, there are some vitamins that your gut biome produces. And if you don't produce those vitamins, you're kind of screwed. That's effectively what it is. Because nowhere else in your body do they produce these certain vitamins. And then it's also not something that's like common that people will take supplements for. And not only that, it's a very... trapeze is probably the wrong word, but like... it's a delicate balance. Too much or too little is both bad for you. So the best thing for it to do is kind of have your body produce as much as it needs, but you could only produce it with good bacteria in the gut biome. Dr. thank you so much for the 145. Don't think science know exactly how that works. That's the thing. It's a lot of, you know, when they say you have you go to a doctor, they have a practice, and that's what they're doing. They're practicing. But a lot of what I'm saying is kind of like what's known. It's just there's no real active way to really regulate it, right? So it's a lot of like, this is our best bet so far, which is kind of what I'm doing. It's like, hey man, I gotta try this. But you're right, man. Doctors, they be practicing. Man, I was trying to spill the hot water on the ice to melt the ice. Yeah, man, we'll see. I do remember a good experience with it, though, when I used to take it. But yeah, basically, care for your gut biome is kind of the moral of the story. You gotta care for the gut biome, man. All right, my dupes are breathing in all the oxygen to the point where my mealwood's gonna start suffocating. How did I get chlorine in here, dude? What the hell? There are reasons why people eating all sorts of fermented food over the millennia. Yeah. It's one of the things they said to do as well. Fermented foods are typically good. They say that there's a couple things you got to do. It's Get sunlight. That's actually kind of funny. That's one of the things I need to start doing. Get sunlight. And it might sound ridiculous, but it's basically, yes, you could take vitamin D supplements, but their argument is the vitamin D supplements that you eat from the animals are designed for whatever animal you got it from. Not only that, your skin creates vitamin D, right, from absorbing the sunlight. It's different from the supplements that you get. It's always better to have your own vitamin D produced. Of course, supplements aren't bad. It's just, it's not going to be enough. And it's like, if you don't do that, you can't really harvest the good bacteria because you're like lacking in the vitamin D. Yeah. The logic though is that since it's like summertime and, you know, in America we have something called AC. We got that aircon. The logic is that we're staying indoors in the summertime, and that's usually good for the skin and all that. You don't get skin cancer or whatever. Do I want this egg? Sure. We're gonna just move that in here, even though it's like not the right temperature. The problem is that we spend so much time in the office indoors in a car. And if you're behind a window, you're not generating any vitamin D. You actually have to like direct contact with sunlight. It's one of the things they said that I was like, wow, if you're behind a window, you get no vitamin D produced because the window blocks it. I was like, wow. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. Yeah. And then another thing they were saying is that there are other energies from the sun that isn't realized yet. Like there's like a color light spectrum. We only see like part of it. And they're saying like infrared light has potential benefits, things like that. I was like, okay. They also talked about, pretty interestingly, sun tanning beds. Apparently sun tanning beds, the people that go get a tan from the indoor oven thing, the funny thing is they're like, yeah, that does not give you any vitamin D. They focus on a different light spectrum. This causes your skin to develop the pigment, and it's like, it's completely different. I was like, oh wow, it's pretty interesting, man. I went down this rabbit hole of like trying to help myself. I want to say it's a good thing though, right? It's always good. But yeah, doing a little bit of knowledge, just a little. But yeah, man, hopefully it helps. I'm having this thing that it feels like around midnight, my body kind of pushes acid up my chest. And it becomes a point where if I burp sometimes, I just feel the acid. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know why that's happening. I haven't even been drinking water. Maybe that's also why I'm not drinking water. So it's like, it's not pushing it down. Feels weird, yo. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm learning what it really means when they say humans are unique, each and every one of us. We all have different needs and care requirements, man. It's crazy. All right, so we're likely going to want to pump out some bad gas from here. I guess this is going to be the easiest way to do it. We will need a little bit of power from this. Yeah, man. Super complex. All right, melting the ice, having the water spill out, cutting this out. This is going to be our new temporary meta refinery dump until we're ready to transition out of that. Man, there's no good liquid here, huh? To get a properly set up meta refinery. I'm starting to realize that there's no good liquid here. There is nothing really here that we could run. People can't figure out computer systems work, stuff we created in the first place. I feel like people know, but some of them, like, you ever know, you know the saying, fake it until you make it. I feel like sometimes people know exactly what the problem is and they just don't want to admit it because that's going to put the fault on them. Because it's like they know of the problem and then the moment that happens, they stop benefiting from it. So it's like, I feel like there's a lot of that happening. Whether it's ego, whether it's instinct, whatever it might be. Sometimes people just don't want to admit they're wrong. Dude, why are we all hanging out in the mealwood? Alright, man. You know what that means. Y'all back to work. Sweep this. Back to work. Goddamn dupes. Y'all not doing anything? We sweeping, man. I'm giving you all the sweep jobs. Back to work. Be like that sometimes. A lot of times they're just incompetent for one reason or another. Either their own doing or hired to do the wrong job. Yeah. And there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse. I didn't know that the AI was going to take over the world. Whatever it might be, right? Whatever it might be. All right. How much plastic is this? 800 kgs. I can make 80 segments of the wire. We have 200 here. 200 here. I guess this is growing, so it's not bad. And then we're just going to need a little bit of water to jumpstart. We'll probably just have to pull it from here. Probably stop this from using the pump. I'm probably not going to run this line. We're probably going to want to run a proper power setup for that power line. Dude. It's insane because everyone knows that fixes the problem, yet no one knows why exactly, and no one really wants to, like, admit it. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like you call the internet company, have you tried turning it on and off again? And the funny thing with that is that it works 90% of the time, man. All right, I want to get the chlorine. That's the goal. God damn it, dude. All right, so this is powered off. We're going to wait for the chlorine to settle. But yeah, it's like we all know how that works, but it's just become a meme at this point. Funny enough, there's some things that do require stopping the heart with chemicals and restarts for lower heart. But that's a thing. That sounds dangerous, man. That sounds dangerous. I see you over there, the store, Morphus. Welcome in. Galena. All right, we're gonna make more steel because we can. This chlorine does not want to go to the corner, man. And we're trying to pump it out of. All right, this is done. And we are gonna want a power line here. I guess we don't. We could just do a meme strat, which is gonna make so much sense. I've been so addicted to Grim Dawn since Sunday. Grim Dawn, I have not played that game. I have not played that. But yo, man, glad to hear that you're having fun with that, yo. That's the action RPG, right? That's kind of like Diablo. Alpha particles can enter your silicone chip, cause a bit flip. There's nothing that could be done about it other than restarting the program. Interesting. It is. That's awesome, yo. Is it similar to Path of Exile? Maybe not an elaborate of tree compared to PoE. I could see that. But yeah, man, I feel like ARPGs are great fun times. At the same time, though, a lot more simple, closer to Diablo. Not as complicated. Which is, I want to say a good thing. Got our trees. Still doing the pea water right there. Lot of QL stuff, picking up currency and augments for upgrading stuff. Actual crafting system, let's go. Alright, we're gonna break into the squid biome to steal some plastic. It's gonna be one of the things we're gonna be wanting to do here. That's the thing. I need that WASD, man. I really do. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to play PoE. The first version of the game. They do nothing to help out the arthritis. They really do be like that, man. Yep, dupes keep going inside. Pump out a little bit of the CO2. That chlorine I just want to pump out, man. Just a little bit of chlorine. Filter's going pretty well. Dumping out the water when we can. Or the oxygen. All right. Getting rid of the CO2. You put burgers in the oven? That's a thing. If you cook burgers in an oven, isn't that a meatloaf? Am I wrong? That's a meatloaf, right? You put burgers in the oven. All right, they built most of this. We are going to drain a little bit. We're going to dig a lot of this basalt. Hopefully that doesn't bop our water level by too much. And then we are going to effectively kind of connect some of these areas. We're going to grow some tubia. Atmosphere has to be the brine setup. Okay. I like how he swims down the ladder and actually like climbs instead of actually swimming with the suit on. Do be jank like that sometimes. All right, so I feel like I should go out this way, but I want to connect to this hole first. Also, we need to build these ladders, man. They're gonna get stuck. There we go. Supplied and built. At least they don't get trapped. Yeah, that's true. Alright, go down here. We're going to connect to the delivery. This is going to be the Sea Queen Ranch that we're going to have to make at some point. There's no real pressure to make that right now. Just because of the fact that, let's do 10 of these with the mucin. So let's do 10 pickled meal. That's just going to be the last objective, right? For the recruiting of minnow. Not that big of a deal. Not really too worried about that. So we'll eventually do this. Now we have access to plastic there. Insulated cable wire. Let's go. Of course, we're going to use zinc. We're going to be combining both of these. And then we're going to pull a line towards back here. We're going to connect the power today, boys. We're also going to build the hydroponic farm. We're going to put 2 of these and then grow some tubia for some plastic. We're going to reject all. I don't want shine bug eggs. If a shine bug drops an egg into my water pool, that's going to suck. I'm not going to realize it. And then we're going to be like, oh, the beacon's dead. What happened, bro? $68. All right, nothing here is actually above 75. So this is pretty good. We're just gonna pitcher pump some polluted brine. And have that be how we're gonna keep this growing. And then we're gonna go this way to empty out the brine from this side. And then we're just gonna grow some plastic, boys. Very legit, yes. There's also a lot of natty gas here. Good, healthy amount. Since we have a liquid lock, we're gonna just dig up. Create enough space for a 4-tiled bubble. And then pump up the gas. No filters. Let's go. All right, we just gotta let the dupes work. Okay, so we'll eventually want to move the metal refinery out. This area is slowly cooling down. I am planning on doing said thing. But one of the things I'm realizing is the heat kind of just drips off. doesn't feel too good, man. We may want to try to hold this here so that the hot water just kind of stays with the ice. Oh, moved out the chlorine. Let's go. Pumped. Now we just have that little bit by the Wheezewort. We'll get rid of it. We'll get rid of it. 26 gram. That's almost nothing. All right, so we will eventually do the power plant in this area. I feel like it just makes a lot of sense to do it here. We will have to combine the tidal turbines with one of those wires, but I think it's okay. If anything, these two are just going to be one skinny wire, so it's not going to be too bad to move the wire back. Basically, we just keep these two, move it into the base, get our power spine kind of set up. If anything, I probably do want to do this. Build, remove the stuff off the ledge, mop it up a little bit. Let's also build this to hold a lot of the hot water coming out. Right? I feel like if it was able to stay on the ice, it'd be a lot better. Because once it gets to here, I feel like it mixes with the water a little bit too easily. The temperature kind of just spikes down. It might be the same thing, but I want to keep the hot water here if I can. And then whatever water we get extra just drips out, right? 15 degrees. Technically, these are a little bit larger than a full tile. Oh, it's cold water, man. Got the cold water. Oh, there's Wheezeworts here. Wait, glaciers give you Wheezeworts? I did not know that. Glacier mod gives you wart seeds in the buried objects. That's really cool. I'm not even kidding. That's really cool. Dude, so that's a map mod that gives you Wheezeworts. Potentially really cool. We'll have to take those. A little bit of water push up is fine. Unless unlucky, dude, we have 2 here though. If I look at my wart seeds, I have 3 and I have 1 planted. I did send back 3 from the other planet, and then these are not in reach. I guess this one is. So we plant 1, get 1. So we only have 2? 3? Potentially a couple more. Still though, you only really need 1 wart seed. The chance of getting that, I feel like, makes it good enough. Pump the chlorine? Let's go. Chlorine has been pumped. We no longer have to worry about the scary things of the chlorines. Scary chlorine times. We'll eventually get suits in here and actually keep the temperature kind of nice. Looks like the Wheezewort's handling it though, so I can't be too mad. Alright, calories are looking pretty good. We got some pickled meal. Are we storing this? What's on the ground right now? Oh, they're just being lazy and not moving food. Cooked seafood is on the list. Oh yeah, we never made the second table. We'll eventually get another table there once we're ready to move this out. Not bad. We're still making our refined carbon that we'll need. And then the big thing is, it's going to take a while to heat up the pin pockets. So I want to get our power as soon as we can. At the same time, I don't want to, you know, maybe we could move this a little bit lower. I don't want to dig the ice. I would want to try to melt it. And I feel like we should dig out a little bit more from this tank. Especially if we get this there. Like, you see that? That pool of warm water looking good. Melting the stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, this got built. Tublias. Body temperature halted. Oh, this is too cold, huh? 40 to 80. 44. Wait. 50. All right, it's technically we're barely making it through on this side. That's kind of bad. I would rather not combine that then. Is there another way we get some more tublia seeds down this way? There's no real way of getting to this side though. Oh, go through the George side. Yeah, that's probably the play. Go through the George side. Boop, boop. Go across. Go down. We want to get to here. Jump, jump. Go down this way. We get to this tile. I don't want to bop the slime. There's slime lung on this? Dude, George. What are you doing, man? You know what? He's doing his best. I gotta stop criticizing him. Alright, we're gonna grab the tublia seeds from this. Now we'll just go down here. And then once we do that, tublia seed. Oh my god. The glacier here gave us 5 Wheezeworts. Goddamn. You do earn more water from melting it instead of digging it. I'm being greedy, and you could see that I do be the greeds right now. You do get more water by melting it, 100% of the time. We're gonna dig out 2 tiles, release a little bit more water, because this is nice cold water, man. And then once this part melts, it's going to be a little bit nicer. Alright, we're going to spill out a little bit more water. Dude, he dug that out fast. God damn. Alright, we got 2 seed setups there. 1, 2. This is polluted brine. Oh, I don't have the liquid discovered. Wow. Of all things. Okay. Dig down this way. There's going to be a natural walking path there. And then we're going to do a stagger ladder to get closer to the bottom. Dig up the pin pocket. Let's harvest it first. I'm realizing that this temperature has kind of bopped us. It's a little unfortunate. Makes me kind of want to build some tiles here to stop the heat transfer from happening. Alright, what is the most prevalent resource here? Basalt. And then we want to dig that up. All right, pretty good. We're going to want to harvest this. Oh, look at May. Jumping in the water and you get a splash? Yo, that seems illegal. What in the world? You could be in the water and jump into the water and you still get a splash animation. That's impressive. I didn't know that was possible, dude. Oni teaching us about physics every day of the week. They don't think be like it is, but it do. I guess it really do be like that sometimes. Bump these up to 7. We're gonna build our ladders in. Oh, there's Muse in here. There was a Gyogo that died. The baby squid. Nice warm water. Ooh, apologize. Chlorine is new. This is not hot enough to overheat, right? Yeah, 70 degrees. Nice and lukewarm. To build our pitcher pump here. And we're going to deliver the brine to this. Thank you, Abductor. Thank you. Ooh, a little bit more liquid. Look at that warm water. Some of it spilling off the top, though. If I can, I do want to dig this. Oh, the ice is melting. Let's go. Let the water spill. Calories are looking good. We're getting crapped up for this. Let's mop and sweep. We will have to. All right, so we know that this area is going to be our power plant. We're going to run a weird setup where we're going to go through with a suit line, probably right here. This is going to walk into the power plant room. That's going to have all our batteries on the top half, probably. We're going to run a power plant probably like right here. And then we're going to connect to this room through the power plant. No batteries yet. That's a little scary. I mean, it's on mesh, so it's like, I guess we wouldn't really have to be that worried. Spilling out the water. We can do 2 more. So one of the things we're going to want to build is a battery bank with transformers and jumbo batteries. And then we're going to also run this mealwood aqua tuner that's going to keep it around 20 degrees. I don't know if we're going to need it now, though. This seems fine. But we're going to run that through the power plant room. Keep everything nice and cool. There's some people that want to do the jumbo battery in a steam room to do a brick style. I have found that that's really just not worth. And I mean that in a sense that everything is so marginal that I feel like it's not something that's worth the time and effort needing to build, prep, and prime one of those bricks. And I would highly recommend to instead maintain the temperature, and then the aqua tuner picks up the heat anyways. That way it's like less setup. Once you build it and run it, it's working. Look at that. So the top half right here is still struggling. It's not melting at all. Oxygen is kind of cold. Alright, we're still spilling out the cold water. You know, I'm thinking by melting this little glacier, we're not gonna need to make that much more resource. This feels like we're doing pretty good, man. Alright, we gotta charge batteries here for the meta refinery. Fake starvation, I saw that. Ooh, they're working on this pretty well. Pitcher pump. Polluted brine. Let's go. Auto bottle 7. So we're growing plastic. We went to IKEA, buy one of those fake plants, and now we're harvesting for plastic. That'd be insane, man, if that's how it works. You just buy one of those plants that never grow, and then you like cut a part of it off and it just regrows that one part. Free plastic, boys. We're in. All right, that also being said, we're gonna want to run this wire through here. We know that this is gonna be a proper setup. We could run an exposed wire. There's no penalty for this, decor-wise. So this feels right. And then maybe running this back towards this on the backside wouldn't be bad. Right? A little bit direct. And we could use this line specifically for the fissures. 1, 2, 3. Right? I don't know how much we're going to use of the polluted brine vent. Because once we maintain temperature, we're not going to really have to feed anything water outside of the tublias. But then that's only just plastic. Maybe we will want it for that. After we empty out this freaking ocean. Because this is big polluted brine area. We got pin pokies. Pin pokies' upside is that they don't rot. That's kind of nice. It's melting, it's melting, it's melting. And then once we get down here, I don't have a way of pushing the water out. We're just gonna have to let everything settle, let everything spill, maybe go in and build tiles. Push everything out to there. Because we could let it draw, but I feel like it's kind of wasteful. We will want to dig this. Let's pop that open so we can run the wire through. Alright, the dupes are sweeping. This isn't built yet. We'll give it some time. This is still being built. Still needs to be dug out. So we're going to want to keep this pool here. Because we're not going to probably do this for a while. Temperature is barely there. Hopefully it's not that big of a deal. Alright, research. A little bit more rad bolts. Get up to the drocone tech if we can. That reminds me. We don't have the virtual planetarium. That's going to be the databank spot. Yeah. This guy doing 360s like he's Tony Hawk. Okay. Yeah, the moment the ice melts, the temperature spikes up. Because it mixes with the water, right? It's slowly melting. It's getting there, it's getting there. The moment it's a little bit warm enough, the temperature of the water from the resulting ice just spikes up so fast. There it is. 17. The water, I think, moved up too. Oh, it's because that was polluted water. Yeah. That's actually why I wanted to build this wall, to stop this water from cooling it down, so that the ice absorbs a little bit more of the heat. That polluted water has already been melted. Alright, so I'm probably... Ooh, that's a lot of CO2 actually. How much oxygen is in the base? Alright, I may want to just put a canister filler, like right here. Just to grab oxygen to put inside. Because I really need to get the suits up, but then it's like I don't want to redo my power wires right now. Another thing we should do as well, start digging out some of the abyssalite that we're going to want to get rid of. That is something that will just eventually need to happen. We'll start digging out some of this abyssalite. The polluted oxygen is not that big of a deal. Just doing some digging. Eventually we'll need to do the digging. Go through this way. Yep. Okay, I kind of want to move this vent over. Drip it on top of the ice right here directly. This is working well. Though I do think I might want to drain this. It's getting a little bit too cool. It's really just a cold water down there that's polluted, that's not trying to rise up because of the regular water that's there. Alright, we will want to remove this, drain a little bit of the water. Let it refill again slightly. Nice. Alright, let's pop this. Thank you, Troy. Gonna spill out some of the water. We're gonna move the water to the ice directly. Hopefully this melts a little faster as a result. Trying to drain all this water out. This moves the cold water out, which is kind of interesting. The cold water on the right side is getting pushed. This is still being made. Two blias. This takes 8 cycles. Alright, cool. Polluted brine. Alright, so P9. And then I want to dig this out. There is 100 kilograms of natty gas here. Ideally, I kind of want to just build this, pump it, get it in a canister, and move it out. Probably just pump it with that O2 line from there. Let's get that ready. This is a very temporary maneuver. We have clean water here that we don't need. Dudes are chilling. There is a lot of meal lice. make some more. Sushi roll. All right, we're gonna need to make this. Let's do another 10. 1700 is how much we make each time. So 10 for 10 makes sense. And then we just gotta bop some fish. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Good stuff, good stuff. The bloater here is chilling, hanging up the starnacles. I feel like this should be the extra beacon feed, but it's like, I know that's never going to really work out. Okay, so I realize this has been boiling some of the water in here. This is at, 140, funny enough. Sometimes the water touches that, and then it just boils. That's why the waters kind of look so different. The polluted water touches it, boils, becomes regular water. And then as a result, the water level drops a little bit. Dude, I should just bop this. And I think I will. Guys, the ultimate bad idea. I mean, this is never going to be that bad of an idea. We're going to dig this part out, the bottom of the igneous that's at 900 degrees. And then it's going to boil a little bit of the water. I think it's not even going to impact anything, though. It's funny enough. There's no germs here. Oh, wow. There's germs on the suit. Oh, that's gross, dude. Oh, you see that steam? Oh, man. The steam is boiling. Let's go. The temperature is spiking down, making all these steam bubbles. This is how hot springs are born, huh? They got some water. The steam carries the water up top. Whoa, is that gonna go into here? My ocean? Steam volume on the right side? Because technically the airflow is gonna allow the steam through, and then the water is gonna spawn here. Dude, that steam biome was real, dude. God damn. All right, started at 900, but it's plummeted pretty fast. Yeah, the tiles behind it are kind of maintaining temperature though. Let's grab the water weeds. Why not? A small little controlled science experiment. This is one of those situations where it's like, it's curiosity. Can't be too mad about this. And we know that you give it enough time, it's just going to, you know, stabilize. Just kind of interesting sometimes. This cloud of steam is starting to heat up some of the rock. Doesn't help that this is at 140 right there. Crazy thing is that the water here is closer to 0 than it is on this side. Ooh. The water is pushing up. Right? Okay. So it looks like I need to do 4 tiles. Most of the water is built though. Pretty good. So it looks like this is still pushing it. And it's because of the water pressure. It's weird. How come this is not pushing up vertically this way? The polluted brine is just kind of chilling there. Oh, 1200 is max. Okay, yeah. So that means if I dig these 4 up, we should get a 2x2 of natty gas. All right, that's kind of ideal. We will... I'm not sure this could work underground. So we're just going to move it there. Nice. 100 kgs of natty gas. That way we could get started a little bit too. Okay. This melted a little bit. The water has kind of gone cold again. Alright, let's rebuild this. Try to accumulate some warm water again. Oxygen not included right now. 27, 23, 15. It might be because this is constantly pumping for the suits, and then we're pumping some away with this too. It's probably bad. We don't need to move that much CO2 anymore. This is supplying so much for the suits actually, because we're going down here all the time. Now the breathability here is kind of bad. We really need some better distribution, it looks like. No. I've been running without the suits for way too long. Feels bad, yo. At least the temperature is kind of maintained. I really need to fix that, though. Alright, we need to continue digging out this chunk of abyssalite, because it's only going to be in the way. We need to make more steel. We need to make zinc. This doesn't actually heat up the water by that much. We should do everything hot first. Like things like galena to lead, 1.5. Zinc to zinc, 7. Steel, 56. Damn. And then iron's also up there at 32. So it's very likely we're going to want to do that. I forgot there's a tidal spring here. We're going to have to submerge that at some point. Oh, that means I can't run my suits there. We have to run our suits down here then. Wow. Which means that we will likely not be able to run the biobots. Because normally I put the Sporkit farm underneath. Makes a lot of sense. But if we're going to have to do it like that... Yeah, it lines up with the ladder right there. It's pretty good. We can start setting this up. Good news, bad news. Run the ladder down to here. Move out the mesh. 10 tons salt water. Ooh, we can't relocate. 11 tons. Dump that into here is not a bad idea. We could always release some water on the sides. Just a little. Oh, there's a layer of regular water on top. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're actually cool then. Ooh, most of this has melted. This is getting close to 0. Pretty good. Look at those orange droplets. No researcher assigned. Ishvan feels bad. He's gonna be stressed, a little bit stressed. This is not built yet either. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Would I be able to pump this? The water pressure was way too dank. Why is this so pressurized, man? What the heck? Alright, we'll build this out, and then we'll see what we'll have to do in order to get that pumped up. Speed this up. 3x speed. We're waiting for the dupes to work right now anyways. Not too much we gotta do. 200 kgs oxygen. We can enable auto bottle here just because this is needing some oxygen for the plants. You know, I just had a great idea. Dig out the bottom. Food decayed. Nori is fine. It's just Nori. Let the thing spill. Got a lot of liquid waiting. Yeah, man, the Nori, dude. Nori in this DLC has been the ultimate debate. Let me fill up your storage bins because you have all food selected. The ultimate debate, man. Salt water. Alright, so we're going to drain as much of the water here as we can. And then use the melted ice water to refill this up so it could pump into itself. Good logic, good logic. Look at all this cold water now, dude. Let's go. Food poisoning. Who's not washing their hands? One-way doors? Oh, are they taking the pea water to feed into the reed fiber? And then that's how they're getting, maybe. That's so jank. All right, we're gonna seal this up. By the time they seal it, most of the water should be pushed out. This is kind of nice because it's pushing the water out instead of having two separate layers. All right, let's prioritize this. They could climb down, and then we could release the water again. Probably this style. Wow, dude. How come we didn't build this? Hey, man. Build this? No. Dude, come on. What are we doing? Someone build this, man? Aw, downtime. What a scam. There we go. Thank you, May. Alright, we'll let the water spill. Oh my god. Trapped water bubble. Alright, second deconstruct. Alright, never mind. It's good, it's good. Alright, this is positive. Getting some more ice melting. It's not bad. There we go. Now I want to melt more of this side. A lot of this is kind of actually really cold, -9. Alright, we could ladder. Or tile. Maybe we should ladder. Ladder makes more sense. This is still actually working pretty well. temperature of the water here is really cold still. Okay. Jump down this way. Dig most of that out. What's going on, Mimic? Yeah, we already switched that off. No worries, no worries. Appreciate the warning though, man. Yeah, got warned about that already. They don't think be like it is, but it do, man. See you over there, though, Mimic. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hello, hello. Oh, do you need help? Like, you don't know where the settings are? Alright, we're gonna clean this up. So this is gonna be our new suit area. Oh, you did it already. Nice. Good stuff, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so we are gonna change some of this stuff up. We're gonna put that there. We are gonna use this as proper setup. Well, no, we don't know how that's gonna work yet, right? So 1, 2 makes sense. Oh, we'll do it there. There we go. Then we do airflow here. Because I'm not sure how we're going to do this design. If we do end up doing biobots, I'm just making a little area that allows us to kind of utilize the biobots. Given how this is a 15, I'm probably going to want 2 airflows here. Which kind of compromises the design. So I may need to run, because I want airflow here, which is fine on this side. But this side might not be. Actually, maybe we just don't do the biobots. Not until later. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's dig this, put airflow there. We probably do bop this clam and have like a wall here. Kind of want to keep it for now though. Kind of cute. Still doing the steel. Do as much as we can. Though I do think we should do that to melt the ice. And then do that to push this down. That actually works really well. Hot water, melt, falls down, keeps melting. I don't know if that's gonna work the way I need it to. So we, Mamba, I hear you, babies. You doing all right? We're gonna put our new suit lines here. That lines up with that, so we could actually run across the bottom here. This is wide enough for us to put suits. Gonna be how we want to get into it. So let's say we do want to keep this kind of as a ladder. That means ladder up to here. And then we have to have 2 space gap. The suit's going to be a little bit low, but effectively look like this, which probably is completely fine. Okay, let's get our suit stations. So 1 space gap, checkpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We probably don't need more than 6 suits. If we do plan on NG tune-up, meta refinery, doing the farming, this should be somewhat automated though. And then in the beginning, we're not going to really use the suits. Yeah, we'll just keep it at 6. It's pretty good. Of course, that means we're going to need O2. And that should just come from the top, right? We will do a split line here. Nah, we'll just daisy chain. Let's go around. Alright, speed that up. Ideally, though, I do kind of want this built. That's going to help melt this a little bit faster. Melting ice is the game right now, dude. Kind of crazy. Can we not reach this? No, we should be able to reach. 2... Yeah, we should be able to reach all of that. It's just waiting for the dupes to actually build. Oh, they just swam under the strat. Yep. Hot water dripping through. 77. A lot of the stuff down here feels like it's going to melt before the stuff on the side by the neutronium, which is why we're trying to adjust that. Also, we no longer need this weird wall setup. We could actually go past now. Pretty good. Saga feet. New printables. We got a Phlox. You get a buddy. There we go, man. You got some homies now. Data bank research, it's still just rad tech. Still using the uranium from down here. Be like that sometimes. We're probably just gonna dig this out and get a lot of our research done with the hand crank. You wouldn't want to do that a lot for some of the deeper tech. Like, we'll probably want to do the research reactor so that we could not have to run that for some of the other techs. And we will want to research everything as part of the achievement. Probably want to wait though, right? Oh, dude. This oxygen is stopping us from... No, dude. Where did this oxygen come from? It's stopping the water from spilling in and warming things up. Alright, man. We need this to melt. At least it's positive. Hey, another wart seed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like every buried object is a wart seed. Dude, they give you a lot, man. Kinda nice. 2.2. It's increasing pretty steadily, actually. Pretty good. I also will want to mop this up, sweep this up eventually. So this is going to be our suit entrance into our power plant battery bank. And then we're going to run our natty gas gens right here. It's going to probably be on top of this. It's going to want to be what makes the most sense. What we're going to want to do is probably just run our gens at the floor so we could pump up all the water. We might do 2 levels depending on how we want to do that. Run some gas reservoirs outside, inside. I'm not actually sure yet. Probably inside because we're going to aqua tune it. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about the temperature of anything. Oh, there it is. Oxygen. Got bops. Liquids everywhere. There we go. It's averaged out a little bit more. There we go. Another melt. Look at that heat spike up. Good stuff. Now this one's gonna melt. This is gonna work its way down. This choke point is basically at 30 grams too. That's not gonna melt as easily. That's the unfortunate thing. The low mass, yeah, it just means it fluctuates a lot. There's, at the end of the day, not as much heat transfer here. All right, so I'll probably want to remove this and let this refill up with hot liquid. The water here is very lukewarm. Prioritize this. Ooh, the water merged. Pretty good. Oh, it's warmed it up again pretty well too. Right, we're gonna let that spill still and let it fill up with 70-degree water. It's spilling, it's spilling. This exchange might be actually really good. It forces the water to spill out, and then we're refilling it back in with warm liquid. Yeah, but this is not spilling out anymore. Feels bad. All right, we'll do this tile. How's everything else? This is still not built. This wall is pretty much built. It's pretty good. The steam has settled. You have a little bit of steam right here. A lot of this is chilled down, though, pretty well. It spots more of the abyssalite. Dude, we should be able to build everything here. Might be a suit problem, though. There we go, hot liquids. Dude, you could see it chill down. And then the heat just kind of exchanges with it. It's so crazy. Alright, let's reline that up. Mad cold still. Alright, working on this. We're going to want to build this out. No lip on this side, should be fine. Get that insulated as well. We're going to eventually want to put a liquid lock here. And then this is going to go into a cool area, so it's not going to be too bad. This will be hot, so we're going to have to drop lock this. I guess we could do the oil drop lock now. We'll have to make sure to not fill that up with too much oil. We don't have too much oil, right? So should be fine, should be fine. We're out of food, boys. Again. Meal lice, pickled meal, sushi time. We don't have the infinite food storage yet, even though it's kind of ready. Really should have just turned that on a lot earlier. It'll be fine, though. Everything's gonna be good. Food is decayed. Oh, it's Nori. Goddamn. They get me every time. Given how this does work, this is gonna be airflow, airflow, airflow wall, right? 25 times. That's healthy. So we would want this like that. I feel like that just makes so much sense. That also lines up with this. Looks kind of nice. Dude, where's Bubbles at? Alright, we're gonna be at 3x speed for a little bit, just because things are just taking time right now. Chefs are not working, they're chilling. A lot of food, a lot of nori available. Let's do some more fish. Oh, got the oil. Let's go. All right, so now we do the tile there to get the drop block set up. And then Operation Clean Tank. It begins. Still haven't gotten the natty gas. Got the seeds out. Release the steam once again. We're just cooling down some tiles. That's all it is. There's no germs inside, right? Pinch pepper nuts. No spore kids. Pretty good. You know, I was looking to boil the salt water, funny enough. Didn't really work out. If anything, we're just warming up the top right here. Kind of funny. All right, so we empty this so that it could just allow all the CO2 to spill out along the airflow. It also allows the polluted oxygen to kind of take its space. So it's just going to eventually kind of just work itself out. Looks like my dupes did a lot of sweeping. Do some more sweeping. We're going to want to clean up the area. This water here could be dumped out now. Let's release a little bit more water. Let's go. Dude, this is gonna look a lot nicer when there's no CO2 inside. So the big thing is we're gonna want to have suits coming in, right? That's gonna prevent a lot of the problems from being a problem. No more CO2 generation on the inside. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a squid egg though. Carbon dioxide is naturally gonna want to sink, right? Because it's heavy. Let's lower this back down to 5. Plastic. We got the plastic, baby. No more do we have to vulcanize the rubber and the latex. We got plastic. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I don't think there is a world where these buildings end up becoming overload. So we're going to want to connect this wire through here. I feel like that's just going to happen. And then we may need a ladder here to reach. Or just pop the corner. And then that will mean we're gonna have to open this up. Floral scent water. It's always nice. Got that rose water. Just kind of gross that it's polluted water that do be like that sometimes. Let's go back up to 25. It's melting. It's melting. It's getting there. It's getting there. So since this is a closed off area, we're not really too worried. And now that this has been blocked off, we can't go inside to create more CO2 bubbles. We're just gonna have to wait for this to kind of find its way to the side and slide out while we're waiting for this to empty out as well. They'll be able to do some of the wiring right there that we will want to connect to this. P water is being maintained. Oh, they're not adding the dirt here for the trees. Really do be like that sometimes. Fungal spore. We'll take some mushrooms. Oh, do we have to do that achievement? That's not an... Is that an achievement? We have to eat every food type? No, right? It's not a thing. Reservations, tame the moo, cold planet, non-default clothing, research, pod objectives, transit tubes, room type, 1 year. Oh, oil biome. All right, we have to go back to the second planet. We have to go to the oil biome here. I forgot about that. Yeah, the enter oil. I'm like, wait, we don't have one here. That's jank. It'd be like that sometimes. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, looks like we have to allow the dupes a little bit of time to just do their things. A little bit of some gas preventing a little bit of spillage, but it seems okay now. Okay, remove this, empty out some of the cold water. So we could replace it with some hot water. Yeah, this area, very much, we're going to have to just replace with tiles once we get this melted. There's going to be no other way to kind of remove that said water, unless we wanted to drop down here, which kind of is a waste. $10 every time. Oh, we have a jam again. Jam! I'm gonna have to do another decon. Alright, cool, cool. Good stuff, good stuff. We're probably gonna want a proper lock here, but I don't think... I mean, we could do it. Do it now before we need to do it later. We will use clean water. Don't want my dupes going through that nasty stuff. Honestly, I want to just line that up. But it's like, there's no real need of doing that, to be honest. Spillage. There we go. Get the water spillage. Damn it, dude. We have to do another melt. Alright, we'll do another tile here. Things we do to melt the ice, man. See, we melt the ice, because otherwise the abductor is going to jump on top of it. And he's going to be like, oh, my arse, my arse. We have that on tape. We got that on tape, boys. Oh, we're good. I guess we could pull out some more water. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Let that drain out a little bit better, a little bit faster. We want to rebuild this. Oh, dude, you just took the mafic we needed. Alright, we're waiting for that to spill. Oh, dude, it's doing that thing with the water again. Oh, dude, we have a drop of salt water? Yo, that's illegal. Mop it up, boys. I don't know why it's there. Also mop up the pea water, I guess. I don't know why that's jam and everything. Okay, cool beans. Still not getting built. 5 tons of diamond. Let's go. This got built. Oh, progress. We will take that. Yeah, we'll go through this way. I didn't want to do this, but I think it's just going to make a lot of sense. We're going to go through this way, build a wire, have this come out. Of course, we're going to put a door here to prevent critters from breaking out. This village is good. Come on, man. Can we build this one time? Hot showers. Oh, the clean water and pea water is not having a good time, huh? We got to seal this so we can pump the water out again. There is a lot of freaking water here. This is going to take some time to melt. I want to push the water back up and out. Ooh. First tile of progress. There's a little bit about that too, where building a tile adds a little bit of heat. Because the resource is not going to be ice cold, right? Oh, probably a little bit of food issue again. Let's do another 10 lice loaf. And sushi rolls. We're going to need some more fish. This guy's got to go. He's out of the tank. Alright, we'll do a couple of those. Let's do some more pickled meal. Alright, speed this up again. Water is looking great. Man, they fill this up pretty fast. For whatever reason, though, building tiles take forever. Delivering water, though, happens immediately. It's getting there, it's getting there. So we're going to keep the abyss alive, like so. This hook is harboring some polluted oxygen, yep. Will allow the gases to be a little bit more free. Alright, we know eventually this is gonna tie together. Let's build that tile there for now. And then let's start thinking about the design. So we know we're gonna want this ladder to be here. It makes sense to have this start be like the battery bank or the transformer line. Would not be a bad thing. And then everything will be relative to that. We could have our natty gas underneath, jump from here, get into the natty gas, potentially do a power plant. Microchips is also going to be an achievement, I believe. So we do a microchip power plant setup for that. We would also need a little bit of space for gas res. Shouldn't be too bad, to be honest. So by the time the ice melts, hopefully we will have the room somewhat ready. And then we'll be able to immediately pivot into a power setup. Yeah. Ooh, clean. Look at this space. And the oxygen is pressurized, so it's not going to off-gas. Pretty good. All right, let's get rid of some of the extra frayed wires. We could remove these now. A little bit of salt water. Pretty good, pretty good. Still making steel. This is warm, so it's not bad. Hey, Seaboard Easy, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Board Easy being productive. Shout out to you. Gotta be productive sometimes. How do we want to do this? We probably use the iron, but it's probably not going to matter. We're going to run some wires here to distribute the power, right? We're going to need airflow pretty much everywhere. This is 16. 1, 2, 3. And then we could have a ladder on the back. Ladder in the front makes sense. But we're probably not going to be able to do that right now. Nice. All right, so we want to build this tile next. Because it's in the corner, right? We want to push it out of the corner. Ooh, and then this part. We probably want to build a tile there. Let's bump these up to a 7 so they get kind of done. This ice needs to melt, so, you know, they're stacked. It's only going to make sense. Okay. And then it's very likely we're going to want mesh tiles here until we get to the ends, where we're probably going to want the pump actually in the ground, right? I guess we could also do a thing where we have mesh on top of the pump and have this just be an area for that. And then we have to deal with the polluted water. That's right. Oh, dude. We could just feed one plant and then do something stupid like keep the temperature of the power plant room relative to the reed fiber. 22 to 37. Yeah, we do that. We do like a 25-degree setup. And then have the plant by the batteries, so it's away from the heat generation. And then the big thing is just maintaining temperature throughout the build, which shouldn't be too bad. Oh my god, let's go. Build the tiles, boys. Build the tiles. Push the water up. There we go. It's melting. Get the dirt. We're really at a point where we're not going to be taking any more dupes. Part of it is going to be because of job suitability achievement. That's going to be fun. Nice, that melted. We want to get these in now. We're trying to push up the water level right? Because eventually we want hulls in this right side tank. Spilling out the water. Oh, we got a mutated seed. Let's go. GMO A-OK. We have to analyze it. Okay. So we do want to grab that tech then. Get that started. Alright, we gotta wait for this to melt. Water's getting pushed up, so we're just gonna keep adding to it. Alright, split water, which means I want to build this, deconstruct that, and then the water should spill inside every time, because it's two water types. A little bit of a stacking issue. Oh, dude's having a bad time. It's too cold for him, dude. Feels bad. Too cold, fam. You hate to see that kind of thing happen. The heat's there, it's there. It's looking like hitting that corner is going to be kind of tough. Because this is going to melt, everything's going to drain off. Dude, we keep getting food poisoning. Are we doing the food poisoning water or something? We keep doing us up. Is there food poisoning on the mucin? Something's doing us up, man. I don't know what it is. Something doing us up. Alright, this did melt. Yeah, I melted pretty well. I kind of want to get another tile here to melt this ledge. Alright, hopefully the little squid acclimates. Feels bad, man. He's having the bad time. There we go. Ooh, that got built. Nice. Push up a lot of the cold water out. We are... Oh, we're almost done making the steel. Okay, so we will have to build the Great Monument at some point. So making a lot of steel makes just a lot of sense. Let's make this priority 9. We want to melt the ledge. And then we got the stuff on the side right there. And then we want to do the bottom one first. Water here is getting a little bit cooler. We're getting ready to power this. Also heat this up. We'll eventually tap the other fissures on it as well. But that 4K line is going to be pretty set for us. Again, we do have a good amount of water. We are also going to be getting more as we push the water level up. So maybe we want to release a little bit. Put it on low priority. Funny how that always gets done first. Really do be like that sometimes. So none of the hot water drips to the right side anymore. Mainly on this left side. Dude, this one. Thank you. And the hot water is stopped. What a scam. Do the rad bolts. It's always going to be the rad bolts that we're waiting on. And the hand crank is not bad. It's just something you would only really do because you don't want to spend power or don't have power yet. Because you do need a lot of power for the rad bolt generator. And then Wheeze wards, right? They generate a decent amount of radiation. Okay. Looking pretty good. We will eventually want to do this still. Push out the water. I should deconstruct this because that is kind of like the level that we're releasing at. Let's make that done on a priority. How the water's stacked though just looks kind of jank. $15. Yeah, basically everything's melting here. A lot of heat, heats up the gas. Both positive. We just gotta hit 2.93 degrees. This is about done. Okay, so what is the ceiling for this? One. I guess we don't need it to be that tall, right? We have a lip here, which means we're probably going to want a insulated tile setup here. Which probably means that this is going to be 1 over. We could also put it on the inside, not that it matters. We could also put it on a little dip down here as well. But I think this makes sense. We have that. And then 13. So we do 12. We get 3 natty gas jets. Okay. Kind of works out. We get to put a tile there to stop it from spilling. Though I will say having an extra tile would be better. In that case, I guess we could just bop the lip. I kind of want to keep it though. Because we're going to want insulated here. And then we're going to want our natty gas jets here. How are you starving? Oh, you're working in the mines all the way at the bottom. Yeah, that's fair. It'll be like that sometimes. Okay, so we're going to move out the pump. Push everything out. We're still trying to melt a couple more pieces of ice, most of which are getting there. And we're almost done with this. So push this up. This would be flat. Let everything release. Good, good. That does mean we should just remove this entirely. Pump wall and extra tile. You know what? It's probably fine to move everything over. Now you think about it. The logic would be is that we want a hydro sensor. And then I guess that could mean that we put a metal tile or something on the back. Probably not, though. We'd probably have a floating metal tile in the middle between. I guess that's not bad. We might have to keep the tapidizer inside or have it somewhere where it's gonna be within range. Since we're gonna have this ladder here, this ladder is not really that useful anymore. We're just gonna remove this. We're gonna have a ladder up top. It's done. Let's go. Let's lower this down to 1. Last smelt. Okay, this is done. It's finally ready, boys. Power time. Okay. Mesh. I guess we will put a zinc tile here. Hopefully that's not going to be too bad. Oh wait, we don't do that yet. We're going to want to remove all the water out first. Okay, so these all going to get deconned. We're going to remove this. The gas pumpage. We'll keep that in. Because once we make the transition, we're going to need to bob everything. Empty storage. Oh, didn't get stuck on the ledge. Let's go. We'll eventually clean that up. Okay. Let's push out the liquids. Spillage. Controlled spill. What are we doing over here? Moving the wall, moving the ladders out. Oh, I didn't think about it. I probably do insulate this layer, huh? This is probably where my gas is going to be. Gas canisters. How wide is this? 10. Oh, wow. Because of the neutronium, though, I don't get, like, great alignment, unfortunately. So I do think this is fine. So let's get some insulated tiles there. This also means we're going to eventually have to dig from the bottom to clear this out. Not bad. Pipeline, this is cleaned up. Meta refinery, storage emptied. We're going to remove this. This is also going to mean that we're not going to need this power wire anymore. Okay, if anything, we want to kind of focus down here. Spill everything out. Okay, let's get rid of that. A lot of wires recouped. Coquina. Heat transfer here is not a big deal anymore. Let's pop this. Okay, there is an O2 line. Let's get some suits. There's no power yet, though. And then we will want to seal that part up. That way they're not jumping in and then leaving with the suits. We need to wait for this to spill. Do these two. That's gonna mean that we start digging this. We'll do these two, start popping the ladders. We're gonna have to do that to reach that. Vent line's gonna be gone. Okay. Airflow here. We're gonna want to pop these two. These two. Okay, so we'll do 4 space gap, even though we don't need to. Because if we do 1, 2, 3, and then we won't have anything there, that makes sense. Okay. We're not gonna need that many. And then we do want that metal tile. We should line that up. We're not going to need this many. Realistically, yeah, we should have metal tiles on each one of the sides here. And then maybe in the middle somewhere. And then we'll start getting this zinc. 1, 2, 3. We will wait to build that last mesh. That does mean smart battery here. And then automation wire. So I'm actually thinking we're not going to need more than 4. Huh. Do it all at the bottom. I actually kind of like that idea. Just do 4 at the bottom. The active tile is left. Okay, so we could do something like this then. Edge tile here being metal tile is pretty good. We also want the 2 insulated here. We are very likely gonna need a liquid res. Since the temperature is gonna be maintained, we should probably just line that up like so. I don't know if we keep that level here actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, I just realized the water's never gonna really wrap up. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, man. Alright. Let's decon this. I didn't think about that. The water is just gonna stay there stagnant. So we're gonna have to mop this up. Then we could move it out. Hopefully this doesn't cause a problem on the side. It shouldn't be enough to spill. We do 4. It's gonna make sense to run smart battery nearby. It's not gonna matter too much though. We're gonna run 4 automation wire just like that. We're gonna run a heavy wire. Do we want to think ahead and do the large wire? No, I don't think we're going to use that much power, are we? We'll do that. Get the automation in. We need to mop up the waters. And then once we have it in bottle form, it'll be great. Alright, what's the room size here? 125. What's the max power plant size? 120. So the bottom layer is going to be tiled, so it's going to be fine. Which means we'll have to put at least a door here. Alright, let's bop a 1 insulated and just do a double door setup. Feels like it makes sense. Still got some water that didn't get mopped up. Is there ice here? Oh, there is. Yeah, that's going to cause a problem. That's wolframite. What am I doing? There we go. That's going to constantly just bleed out water. Good thing I checked. I forgot to check for that. Chunk of ice. All right, up here, we're going to need to do this. Bop that, get that done. Keep the deodorizer. Let's go. Polluted water. We'll just move to there. Once the ice is gone, we could start sweeping the stuff. The pea water and all the stuff in here, I'm not really too worried about. We could always sweep that later. Okay, so transformers. Zinc, yeah. We're going to be able to put 5 here. And then how wide is this? 12. I probably do the pull-out game all the way out. And then it's this room that's kind of weird. Because I kind of want to lower the height. And then if that's solid, we have 5 tiles here, which doesn't really help us. Because even if we do battery layers... No, actually, battery layer would be amazing here. Which would mean... we should go down. Yeah, having that overlap is not a bad idea. We'll do batteries this side, and then gas res on this. Which is airflow. Metal down. We won't be able to build too much because of how the tiles work, but we're just gonna do like a pattern like that so we can build underneath. Hold this out all the way to the edge. At some point, we're gonna mix in some metal tiles for heat, cooling, keeping this area cool. Okay, so liquefiables all moved out. Looking good. This is gonna mean we're gonna want zinc here. Leave a tile for hydro sensor. We're gonna want metal tile here. We'll do a double. And then we have 4 space gap. That's gonna be dead space. This is probably great then for the res. And then we are just going to... I guess we don't need to insulate this, but we might as well. We'll run this with granite. And then we'll run this out to get into the farm up top. Once we get that. Of course, this is going to be automated. We'll run lead here. Boop, boop. This is hydro sensor, water pressure. All right, we're using zinc because we're not expecting this to be, we're going to put the insulated back. That's funny. We deconstructed that and we put it back. It's going to be temperature controlled, effectively. Right, so since it's going to be temperature controlled, we will want to have that set up. I guess this is going to change slightly. 1, 2, let's go. Wait, this is not heights. We run this here, remove that. Do another 3. These don't need to be in ruins. I'm looking at this now. We could do... yeah. Basically that setup. Oh, we get one at the top. Perfect. This is... yeah, this is fine. So the CO2 needs to go somewhere. Omelets? Sure, we'll take some of that food. These are not made out of zinc on purpose. We are going to have these tiles on the left here be replaced with metal. The lip tiles are going to be metal here. And then we're going to have a midpoint. So this is 18, so 9. We're going to do it like that. These are going to be kind of gross decor-wise. But it is what it is. Next thing we're going to need is a joint plate setup. It makes the most sense right here. Up the ladder and just connect. Okay, so it's gonna be that. And then we're probably gonna have another transform area up here. And then it's gonna make sense to have the reed fiber near the entrance. It's kind of crazy, but that kind of does make a lot of sense. I'm not actually sure. Because it's like have next to the metal tile and then harvest immediately. Just kind of all kind of works. And then it's like, how much liquid are we really going to be making? 67 grams per second times 4? What does that even end up adding up to? 67.54. That's what? 15, 135, 270 grams per second. And it's not going to be running all the time. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, we are going to have gas storage probably over here. We're going to have a little bit of a CO2 setup. That's going to make sense, I feel like. Cold water. We'll leave that there for now. Okay. So we know how the CO2 is going to want to connect. And we know how the gases want to connect. So given how this works, it should just be like this. And then we'll connect to the top. And then how this works is... And then the problem with that is... Yeah, we'll run that in the ground. And then we got to get the gas in somehow. Which we're getting in from the bottom. So it's going to be coming up from here. So it's a little unfortunate, but this part, I guess, sucks. We run that. Run that in like that. And then this allows us to run this out. Get this. Where's the storage? So we're not doing infinite storage, but we're going to be doing thermal gas fissures. 1, 2, 3. I don't think there's a fourth one. That's going to be our power source for a while. It doesn't actually say. I don't believe it tells you. Because it's there. Everything is a byproduct. It's weird. It doesn't tell you how much natty gas you get, but it does release natty gas. The new geysers, man, have no data on it. What's going on, Mental Thrall? I lost 13 out of 14 dupes, ran out of food while setting up new farms. Seeing food come in, one cook starved, one was asleep. 30,000 calories, all uncooked. Only survivor was a cook, dude. That's why one of the things I try to tell people to do is the moment you're making food, disallow your unperishable food. Snack fruit, nutrient bars, muscle tongue, excellent. And save that for a rainy day. Or, you know, you gotta make sure you got space food. Those are always good times. That's also another reason why getting food storage with the first aqua tuner is pretty good. I should have allowed my dupes to eat the mushrooms. They were growing raw. Totally preventable. Honestly, yeah, that does kind of make sense too. But it's one of those things that's like, the min-maxer within all of us is like, but if I hold it out, we might get the benefit of extra calories. It's like when you're watching the stock market, but if I hold on for another 30 minutes, it might go up by $1. And then the price plummets and you're like, ah, shit, I should have sold. God damn it. Since there's no Costco with their bucket of food, 200 plus servings, dude. There was Costco, man. If there was a Costco. I could imagine so many things with that. Short term versus long term, yeah. The dupes would be eating hot dogs all day, dude. It was a fun experience though. Colony's back to 4 dupes. It's like a new game that just inherited a working base. I want to see that as a lab. Like, I wonder if there's any generation possibility where they do that. And what I mean when I say that is like, the lab map is a abandoned, failed base. So you have a lot of things everywhere. You have no technology, but the buildings are built. So it's like, you have no incentive to deconstruct the buildings. You kind of want to just use it because you can't build a new one. Clay, hire me, dude. I need to get paid. I'm broke. I got a lot of ideas for the game, though. Just say, man. You know me. I'm looking to get paid, man. I need money. Looks like that guy from that one movie. That would be a lot of fun. It would be great. I just don't know if that's within the means of like, can they actually, how do I say this? Simulate that? If that makes sense. Alright, we will have to bop the bleach stone. Looks like we can't really do anything with this, so let's bump this. Bump that. We'll still have to probably bump this out though. Now my food is 160k because I managed to build infrastructure for 14 dude. Oh yeah, that's true. You have the throughput for 14 dupes, and now you have 4. It's like, oh man, I gotta crank everything down. Cut off half the farms. Cut off half the ranching. A game where player loses the game is save age pass to player 2 reclaim. Sounds like appropriate opportunity to have fun. The problem is that I feel like you have to have a roster of players that skew very drastically in skill level. You have one person make a base, they did the best, and then the second person inherits it, has to kind of be good at the game, I feel like. And then the third person would have to suck, and then the fourth person would have to be good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed bases, right? You only have failed bases because of the fact that yeah, I gotta do it like that. You only have failed bases because someone failed. Right? So it's like, if you have a situation where everyone is good at the game, no one's gonna fail. Yeah, it would have to be a community of people if you want to do it hot potato style, so to speak. Some games have goals to lose on a hugely entertaining way. That ain't Oni, dude. Though I would agree that would be kind of fun. Would be kind of fun. Wouldn't be mad about it. right. Gonna want that. Dig these, and we put a... Maybe we push this down, put a canister filler right there. You're thinking of Dwarf Fortress, ain't ya? My game is easy, until suddenly it ain't. I've never played Dwarf Fortress. Is that actually how the game works out? As someone who's never played, man. That sounds scary and entertaining at the same time. All right, so we got our cooling line in. That's going to connect to here. Now it's just a matter of how we want to connect this. Do I actually want the power plant to be chilled first? The Weeswort room is pretty maintained, so maybe it's fine. Okay, that should be good. Let's do a stagger like that. And then we're going to need some ladders. Here. Should be good. In my experience, yes, you let your guard down. There's a dragon. And then you panic. You retreat your dwarves. And then all the farms are burned down. And it's one dwarf kills it. Wait, what? One dwarf. Watch out now. He's a hero. Is that guy Spider-Man? I'm still debating of getting into modding some of the games I have. Not sure if I have of what I want is possible in the game until I dig into the API. But I keep thinking that I can make this game more complicated. Possibly frustratingly fun, but that's just me. I've been called a closet anarchist. Wow, you probably play a lot of RimWorld. I feel like when it comes to games, some games are just kind of built to be modded. Not with that in mind, but developing it, that was just kind of like the easiest thing to make it the way that it is. And for some reason, I think RimWorld when I hear that. All right, we are going to remove this 5 buildings here, as it's going to be something we're going to use to get started, because we're going to be running a petroleum generator. It's going to be a little weird, but this is going to be our power jump system. Gonna run that automation. I done RimWorld and think their storytellers need some work. Also do that for Tor and other ones. So Mazwa. Yeah, there's a lot of games out there that allow for that. Really nice. Okay. We are gonna run a simple setup. All right, so what we're doing right now is we are making our power plant. It's a little bit over-designed, overbuilt. We're basically going to be running our natty gas down here. We have our reservoirs to hold the natty gas that we pump up from the thermal fissures. And then we're going to be using this to get started. So a lot of the pipeline is just to feed the natty gas and collect it. This is going to go down into the fissure tree that we're going to have at the bottom. Then the other thing we're going to have is batteries. So these floors right here are effectively going to be batteries. And the logic with these are going to be pretty simple. We want these batteries here in order to kind of bank the power. Right? And that's pretty straightforward. Another thing we're going to be doing as well is a reverse transformer line on the edges of these. So this is going to pull the power from the tidal turbines, and then we'll be able to kind of concentrate the power together. Now, you guys might be wondering, why do we have a petroleum jet? We don't actually have too much natty gas. We need power to make power, right, to do the marine drill. So what we're going to want to do is grab the ethanol from here and then burn it. Ethanol is actually a fuel type. Effective fuel source when burned. And then you just run that on the petroleum jet that does petroleum, ethanol, or biodiesel into power source. So that's going to help us get started. We're going to eventually have suits for this, which means we're going to want to seal this up. And then this suit line is going to do the power plant and this farm. Eventually, we might make use of this, but this is going to be a makeshift meta refinery where we just cycle the water and dump it back out. So that's going to be the plan for now. If only a battery bank had a good rate of return on the initial investment. Honestly, I've always thought about this, but like, what if the batteries in the game were default the chargeable batteries that you have with the bionic dupes? It's one of those thoughts you have. It's like, you run the wheel, you're charging these batteries that are by design relocatable. And as a result, you get this situation where you're always playing with batteries, and that you would never have battery runoff in that sense, because you're always charging a new battery. Now, of course, the labor would be is that your Deucer would have to pick up the battery and put it into the back of the computer, like those double A's. Imagine there's no battery banks and that everything was a power bank. So no jumbos, everything charges into a relocatable battery that we have with the bionic dupes, and that the buildings have no wires. Yeah, instead of a battery bank, you have everything as a power bank. So you would have to sweep the batteries to the buildings for them to be powered. If that happens, would that make it so that... Oh, too much oxygen. Oh no, bro. This is overpressurized. If that happens, would that make it like, oh dude, wired power? And you start pog sliding because you have wired power. Yeah, the canisters hold up. Yeah, they do. They really do. Can you imagine that? We live in a world where everything is battery bank, and then the day we get wires, it's like, dude, this is what we've been waiting for. I'm out of Mafic. We gotta dig some more. Right here. A bionic. Take 2 double A's wireless. Be in your morning, yo man. You wouldn't even, how do I say this, have the wireless. It would be a hologram. I mean, they kind of already do. It's just that they're not like using themselves as a battery. You know what I'm saying? Technically, though, I mean, the game doesn't allow it, but they could take out a battery and put it into a building. But, like, it's not in the AI for them to do that. They'd be like, oh no, we need oxygen. I'm just gonna power down and sacrifice my last battery so that we can make some oxygen to breathe. And then he doesn't realize that the moment he pulls out the battery, he powers down and needs someone else to plug it in. Wouldn't a bionic pond integrate all technology they needed to themselves? Have you ever seen the movie Man from Earth? It's a movie where, I mean, I can't talk about it without spoilers, where a man from Earth kind of goes through that type of like process. And for lack of better words, he was basically, it's kind of controversial, but he was effectively every famous person in history. As part of the story, he talked about how he traveled the world and kind of like did things, you know, in the ancient times. He effectively alludes to it that he was both Adam and Jesus, and they were all the same character, and he was also Buddha. And he was like, I was just trying to spread good karma, right? You know, good way of living. And people just held on to this in history. He was not planning for that. And now, of course, that's not the point, but he was basically immortal, first human, lived, never aged. And he started becoming a university professor. And what he would do is he would go from city to country and keep moving every 7 years. Something like that. And what would happen with that? He would move. He would have paperwork somehow. I guess he just learned how to kind of like MacGyver that. And every handful of years he would move or also assume a new identity and name. And what would happen was that he realized that at some point people would, oh, he's a witch, you know, kind of ostracize him. And as a result, he kept a low key. At the end of one of his endeavors, he's basically teaching at a university and he got close with a lot of the professors. He said that he normally doesn't do this. Basically, the idea is that he knows not to get close to people, but at some point, man, you get lonely. So one of the things that ends up happening is that they have a going away party, right? And the going away party, it's like they go to his place and they're all professors, all in their respective genres. And for the first time, he has a conversation with them in a sense that he's not being John Doe, he's being himself. And one of the topics they go talk about is that if this is true, how come you're not basically teaching me how to do this? He's like, the human brain could only really recall so much knowledge, and that we could try to learn everything and do everything, but unless we're constantly practicing that, we won't be able to master it in that sense. It was kind of interesting. The movie sounds familiar. I love that film. One of my favorite. It was a great movie, man. It was so kind of like, it's like a modern day podcast, crazily enough, in a sense that that's kind of what it was. Like, it was literally just a podcast where people were talking and these guys are just really smart. Very interesting movie, man. It's kind of like learning a new language. If you want to learn Japanese and you go to Japan and you're learning and talking with the people there, great. You move back to America and you're just speaking English all the time, you're going to forget the Japanese. You'll be able to recall phrases, and how to like interact, maybe even mannerisms or accents, but you're not going to be fluent anymore, right? That's basically how that kind of works. So to the point, I would imagine that there might be something like the bionic dupe doesn't have the memory space to have all the technology, and as a result unable to do, you know, that set thing. I am surprised you guys know about that movie, man. I see you guys over there. I think it's free on YouTube. Very obscure movie. Obscure in a sense that yeah, you don't hear a lot of people talk or say anything about it. Let's rock the igneous here. It's on YouTube. Yep. I feel that with Italian I learned a little bit, but when I hear it, but I don't understand it anymore. I see aborted. Yeah, right? You see what I'm saying? It's tough, man. If you're not in it, you lose it some of the times. And the guy in the movie goes like, I've held like... He's like, everyone here in this room, I've held all of your master's degrees. The ultimate flex. I could do your job, I could do your job, and I could do your job. I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, damn, man, this guy, he's flexing. I realize I don't need this joint plate anymore, given how I want to do this. Feels weird, man. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We're gonna want these. Is it streamed anywhere else? May have to look it up. Yeah, Man from Earth. It should be free. It's an old movie. I kind of ruined it though, because I basically told you the premise. That was, from the beginning, you're kind of just left in the dark. And I kind of just basically just told everyone what it was about. Feels bad, man. 1, 2, 3. Extra turbine there. Yeah, we could probably just run a bunch of the small transformers like that. And eventually run some wires out. We won't want this here anymore. We're also going to fill this up with water. Alright, so let's get rid of this. These transformers and batteries are not going to be needed anymore. And then we're going to need to get some liquid in here. We're going to want to start funneling back a lot of the power from the turbines. Reverse feed it. Probably makes a lot of sense to run reverse feed on this side. This makes sense. And then we will run straight line setup. Probably have to remove these two. Run this out like so. There was a SS where a soul is being reincarnated, only to find out he's the only soul animating all of the world, just reincarnating over and over again. Wait, what? So he lives in a world with himself and the past iterations of himself? Which one? The egg? That sounds crazy, man. Can't say I've heard of that before. There's eventually going to be one here, and then one here. So this is Math. We're going to run out of Mafic. So we're going to use Igneous for the bulk of this. We'll eventually want to combine that with that. So this connect to that. Run it through here. Probably makes the most sense. A lot of my Igneous used up. Not gonna need this. Gas res ended up not being needed. This is already used up too. And then we never pumped this up. Okay, cool. So we're gonna try to push this up again and try to get the natty gas here. If anything, we could always mini pump this, but we're gonna see if I could release a little bit of the pressure. We could also dig out some more space down here to again relieve said pressure. This is at 1200, so the water is pushing up. Get a 7 on the dig. On the bottom. Okay, this is also going to mean that we're going to want a canister drainer. I'll probably just put it here. All right. So, guys, really quick. No one's going to die. We have food. Just in case. We're going to make some food. And we're going to take a quick break. I need to get a refill of my tea. I'm out of beverage. And I'll be right back, you guys. We're back, boys. Let's go. All right, we're building a lot of the stuff out. Infrastructure we need. We're gonna get this on today, y'all. We will. Alright, man. There was a request that I played this slower. This is just so goddamn slow. We're gonna go on 3x speed. I feel like the speed that I normally play this game at is, like, not bad. Especially with the new changes. But I was requested to play this a little slower, and man, this has been tough times. Okay. Suits have charged as much as it could have. Filling up the batteries. Let's go. So we're going to be redoing some of the power now. This is effectively gone. We will have to get a temporary setup right now. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully these bubbles are not that big of a deal. And then we're going to build our meta refinery here. And then we are going to do the drip setup. Classic. And then the pump setup. Classic. Okay. With that, we're going to redo the power there. We're going to basically pull the wire just from here, straight up. This is feeding in from the tidal spring. There is a top line tidal spring that I kind of want to relocate. And I feel like I shouldn't be running this. Oh, this is wrong. Oops. I should rebuild this so it faces the right way. Recommend the one. I see you. No, I have faith in my dupes. They're not going to be too bad. I would like to see a factorial mod that slows down pocket crafting and moves construction of buildings outside the pocket crafting realm. More waste production. Player has to address it some way. Yeah, man. That's the hardest thing about playing management games. Catching the snowball effect before it snowballs. Because you're never going to get the satisfaction of solving anything that way. Oh. I faced the bottom ones the wrong way as well. It's fine. LOL. What was that? Someone's starving for a split second. Alright, either way. Temporary maneuver number 1. Alright, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then there's 1, 2. We're using that for some of the other ones too. Gotta love the byproducts. I see you guys over there. It could be a thing. Be the first one to make the mods, yo. We will need that ladder there. I'll have to be careful with this place because of how we're going to be running wires through this, huh? Yeah, true. That's fine. All right, so our tidal springs are going to be feeding out. I am going to run a simple conductive wire locally. This is just going to power some suits. If we got some other stuff, we'll do that as well. We will do this line. Unfortunately, I was not paying attention to this. And technically, this is all fine. These bridges do go on the inside. This could connect up to this room, which is not bad. And then the big thing is replacing these wires. I probably do want to bridge this. Which means we'll probably want to cut that. We will remove that wire then. And then we will likely want to do these suits on the bottom line. We'll also likely want to do this. Oh, the sweepers are barely not able to reach. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We are not able to reach the sweepers. Another thing we got to do too is remove a little bit of this. The air pressure is too high. All right, gotta wait for the dupes to build. This is almost done. Oh, we're gonna need power here. That's right. We're gonna need natty gas. This worked out. Let's go. Pumpage. Bump this up to a 7. Get some natty gas. How did you manage 14 kgs? Canister emptier. I had this releasing oxygen because my dupes are going inside without suits and breathing. And the pressure got too low. I turned it on and I forgot to turn it off and it got too high. Classic. That's indeed the classic. Uh-huh, yes, yes. The classic indeed. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Do be like that sometimes. Uh-huh. Above 250. Too breathable? Yeah, but the popped eardrums, you know? Not the business. Oh. Do you have a plant in here? Oh, we do have the nori plant. Alright, man. We're gonna move out one of the... both of the turtles. We got nori in here that's rotting. And it's getting me scared that we done be messing up. All right, suits power. We gotta get this connected. We are also going to start filling this up with ethanol. We are just not going to allow that feeding in yet. Now that everything is built, we could sweep a lot of the stuff in this room before we actually get a checkpoint in. Let's get the airflow there. Need to continue building. We do got the plastic. All is good. Ooh, this is ready. Wow. Pump me my natagas. I feel like something's wrong about making a spawn for hydrogen power and not oxygen, because that's how part of my base is powered. Water is power, dude. It is. Just think that you're, you know, trying to fill up space with oxygen. And you're just losing to a black hole. You know? You're trying, man. That's all that matters. Giving it a good old college try. Oh, lettuce. Oh, man, we got some salads, boys. I don't remember the last time I had lettuce, man. With the whole food poisoning thing happening in real life. Oxygen to feed the dupes so that they could run on the hamster wheel. I don't know if that counts, man. Yeah. You guys got it. You guys got it. Alright, we'll get some tidal pressure. Feedback, pretty good. What's on here that's consuming 240 watts? There's nothing on here that's consuming 240 watts. Why is it saying 240 watts? 95.55. Wait, why does this say 240 watts? 1, 2, 3, 900. And then transformer. There's nothing in... What the hell? That's not doobie how that works. Alright, we're waiting for that to be built. Yo! I see you over there, Stinger. Coming in with the raid. What's going on, man? Shout out to you. Welcome in. How was stream, dude? How was the Onis? How was that, man? How was the oxygen not included? Hopefully it was a great time. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you guys don't know me, my name is Too Legit. Doing some Oni as well. We're doing a guided all achievements playthrough. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to help. And yo, man, talk to us about the stream, man. What were you getting done today? What was the run? What was the Duke? Hopefully the colony was going well. Pip Hatch plushie giveaway. See that I'm doing 10x Hydra on a couple of doubles. Nice. Awesome, awesome, dude. Sounds like a good time. Honestly, Pip plushie giveaway sounds like pretty good times, man. Is there anyone that's in the lead, or is that all going to be revealed later on? Was the game a proxy, or did you find a way to breathe, if not easily? Not talking to me, right? Is that question for me? Pipeline for the water, looking good. Put this to 25 degrees. Alright, we do want to do these first. Get the suits starting to work. Get some oil up in here. Oh yeah, we need the Radbull tech. Yeah, we're gonna have some losers. Not great, but better than not having enough entries. I'd say Troy and Yalp GG has the best shot, but we won't know until September 5th, 8 p.m. EST. Nice. So there's no active leaderboard, huh? It's just see who get the closest. I'm sad. What happened, Sunak? What'd you do, dude? Doing it blind. Hey, man. Can't be mad about that. Network died? Classic. That's the classic. Internet problems? Classic. Am hungry? Yo, man. Sleep for dinner. This is a classic, man. It's not worth snacking at night. It's not, man. It's not worth it. Don't do it. That's how I got acid reflux. You hungry for food? I see you over there, man. I see you over there. Hungry for the meals. That's fair, man. When you're hungry, man. One, two. We got space for another one. We will have at least another tidal turbine. This is a self-powered setup. A little bit of pop your drums. Have a good after midnight tea. Hopefully that fills the void. Ooh. It can. It could sometimes also not fill it either. Scary thing about that. It both can and cannot fill the void sometimes. You guys ever have this thing where it's like you drink something and it only makes you more hungry? That happened to me sometimes. Alright, liquid lock. I do want to pump out some CO2 so it's a cleaner base. This polluted oxygen kind of gross. I kind of want to remove that. I just don't know how. Oh, do you have a puff? Is it still alive? Let's go. And then we do have pickled meal we can make still. Spoil your breakfast and do a full meal. Light photosynthesize the rust. We got the new plant-human hybrids up here in chat. I see you guys. Alright, I probably do want to get suits for this area. My breakfast is the size of most people's dinner. You ever been to America? You ever been to America, man? What's going on, Frankie? Still banned from Domino's. Trying to sneak in again. Papa John's, but they caught me. How you doing? So no pizza today, huh? That sucks. We're doing all right. We're about to get our powered situated. And then properly get food storage. So it's going to be exciting. 25 minus 30. Looks like the water lines are filled up. Got to remove the bridge. Used to eat American-sized portions. That's just normal portions over here. That sounds about right. Did we pump up all the gas? We did. Nice. So we don't need this anymore. Here we go. Boop, boop. Swap that. Swap the power line. Good stuff. A little bit of pumpage here. We could probably deal with that. Probably gonna have to cut that, and then we have to run this up this way. We want to get suits up for that first, though. We got suits up. All right, that means we go into here. Clean setup. Get that. Then we're gonna get one of our early transformers set up. Yeah, I just realized that this is not gonna be batteries. So we're gonna put some transformers here. You know what? We'll do it a little bit at a time. Because we know how it's gonna be like that, right? So 3 down. Yeah. If you're craving pizza so much, make your own with your choice of bread, since cheese and toppings and sauce. That's the thing though, man. I feel like that's such a smart thing to do, yet I don't think that I've ever actually really seriously considered it. Like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not saying that I can't. It's just for whatever reason, it's never something I'd be like, yeah, man, I'm gonna do that. It's always like you buy it frozen or don't think about making dough. I don't think I've ever opened or used yeast before. Nice. The Puff got it, boys. We're gonna put him back in jail. He went to breathe in the polluted oxygen and cleaned it up. Win-win. All right, now that the suits are here, I am going to do a little bit of the pumpage. We'll just connect that, and then we'll move this right here. Entire oversized pizza, 2 sittings. Oven size, 2 sittings. Yo, man, that's awesome, Sunak. I feel like I could say something, but it just makes me seem like a fatty. Damn, that take you 2 sittings? It's fun. French bread does well. You don't need to go as far. Dude, I used to do that. I used to buy bread and make bread pizza. That was the college struggle meal of choice. I love to do them homemade because you could decide the salt and everything else. Yeah, it's a lot better to do the homemade. Honestly, I'd probably do a lot of weird stuff though, like use pesto instead of tomato sauce. That'd probably be pretty good too. No longer do dough in my hands. I use the mixer. Dude, man, that's the biggest thing I feel like would be one of the first things I would want to buy. A stand mixer. Dude, I'd be having so much time spent in the toilet. Because I would make so much like whipped cream. Because I got the stand mixer. I'm going to turn this baby on and then, you know, we good. And I'd be like making like whipped cream, just I'll put it on top of this. It's an investment, it is. Those things are pricey, especially since like if you're gonna buy one, I'm gonna buy a good one. Like you get the KitchenAid stand mixer, you get the like meat grinder attachment, and now it's like you're no longer buying ground beef. You can do it, yeah. I've seen people do that all the time on the YouTubes. That's what I'm saying. You got to use a lot of heavy cream. And then it's like, I'm just going to put that on everything. I saw something that I thought was interesting. You could freeze whipped cream. And you know what happens? That's ice cream. It's very different. But that would probably be what I would do. And the coolest thing I saw was that you could just buy like sprinkles. Mix that in and it's like ice cream at that point. No, come on now, man. You're not buying that just for the whipped cream. I'm just saying that if I do have one, that's going to be like one of the things I'm going to be making the most. You would do other things with that as well, like make bread, make dough. There's a lot of things you could do with a stand mixer though. That's like unlocks a lot of cooking. All right, pumping up the CO2. I'm mad. I see you over there, student. That's a problem, man. Anytime you're hungry and you don't have food prepared, you don't feel like you want to cook. That's the classic, man. I prefer to sit mixer. You're gonna sit down and put that in your lap. And then you get what are those called? Immersion blenders. And then you just push down and then it mixes. And I can cook, I just feel like I want to cook. I have done that before. One time it was late and I was like, man, if I'm gonna make food, I don't want to make something small because like I'm gonna actually like cook. And I ended up doing like a huge batch of like soup. Not soup, but more so it was like a stew of some sort. And I had a little bit and then I left the rest out. Because it was like, I'm not going to put this in the fridge right now because it's hot. I have to leave it out so it'll cool over the morning and then put that in the fridge when I wake up. I've done that before, man. You make something like that and it's like, oh man, that's an investment. Ah, this is not even ready. Gotta have the immersion, dude. The bakery simulator is effectively, that's it. GG easy. Alright, this probably makes more sense to go up top here to move out some of the bad gas. Okay, are we ready to let her rip? I want to say it's pretty good. We're making metal. We're reducing some of the gas from here. A lot of the stuff inside we still got to build though. So I want to just build that out to finish it. And then this. And then that. We got to build all this. I don't know what else my dupes are doing right now. All right. So we have a lot of power banked up. And we have this. So we're just going to let it rip. It's time, boys. AQ's online. It's time to get permanent food storage. One to 10? What's 10? Is 10 like Michelin star chef? Iron chef? Like, what's 10? I'm pretty good cook. I am a pretty good cook. Self-proclaimed, so it's like, I don't know how much that matters. I'm a pretty good cook, though. Oh, I forgot this spills. Oh, god damn it. Alright, that's gonna have to go down here. I guess it's not bad spilling into a water tank anyways. 10 is enough to be accepted in society. I'm a 10 then, easily. Hello, what's going on, Admiral? Welcome in. Easily a 10. Now we gotta build this out. This is at 30 degrees, pretty good. Everything here is pretty maintained. Thank you, Frankie. Yo, you can't go above. If you go above, I'm 100, baby. I open up a restaurant. All right, cooling down the foods. We are almost ready, boys. I don't have a kitchen that's something I would want to show you guys. It'd be like that sometimes, boys. If I ever have money for whatever reason and I'm able to move out, I would do cooking streams. I would. I'd show you guys how it is. I would make a veloute. Show you guys what it is to make something delicious. I make a pretty good tomato borscht. I could do those. Chicken tomato borscht. I could make pasta from scratch. I could make noodles from scratch. It's just that, yeah, man, I don't have a nice kitchen. I don't know if I'd be able to, you know, show it off or anything like that. Oh my god, make the food from the game. Dude, I don't eat seafood. I wouldn't be making surf and turf or cooked fish, even though I know how. That's the problem. I would need a partner, a significant other. I guess I would have to find someone that basically fits that bill, right? Have a significant other. I move in with her, and then, you know, she'd be eating all the seafood. Too legit kitchen? Maybe. Sad story too. Not a good kitchen, improve the arts. Yep. There was a recipe I heard, but I can't try due to sugar issues. Sour apple pop rock coated caramel sauce coated marshmallow fluff from a jar lollipop stick toasted to your preference. I think, yep, that is sugar overload, man. Nothing against that. If you are about that life, yo, man, all the power to you. But I'm gonna be real. That sound like way too much sugars. Now, at the same time, I am not a big sugar consumer. Like, if I had the choice, I would 100% prefer savory food every day of the week. So, like, that just doesn't, like, entice me. You could make the burger. I could make a lot of the food there. It's weird, though, because it's like, I'm gonna be real. Does this mean that meal lice is just rice? Does that mean the easiest thing I could do is just do like a pickled rice? Like, I don't know how that works. Like, some of the food here is just so foreign. I'm not trying to make bugs though. Like, I want to make real food. The thing is that you have sushi roll that uses lice loaf. Makes me think that that's just cooked rice. You know what I'm saying? That's just rice. If you have it in sushi. Because if you were to make sushi roll, you would put rice, fillet of fish, and the nori proper. So it'd be like, I'm just making sushi. I don't know, man. If you guys are fans of that, yo, man, all the power to you. I am not about that life. I am not about that life, man. "100% coconut lover. I could eat coconut sweets, but like 2-3 donuts I'm out. Ooh. Or cake or something. I'm just not a fan of coconut, honestly. I feel like it's been kind of like, to a certain degree, bastardized in a sense. Because it's not like... I like coconut milk, and I like coconut juice, like cracking coconut open and just drinking it. What I don't like is the commercial dried coconut that they have in everything. Like, they will dry up the coconut and they call it candy or something. Like, I am not a fan of that, man. I'm curious to see how bugs taste. I see you over there. I learned that the wiggly grain on meal lice is actually a bug. I thought it was just a grain. Lice to rice almost sounds like an accidental Asian joke. Potentially, yeah. Though I do see how they kind of pulled the comparison. Like, the meal lice is like, if you guys ever had rice in the wild, there's something called weevils that live off the rice that I think looks very similar. There is a fake rice that uses breadcrumbs to make. Not sure how close it comes, but it exists. I mean, don't you have orzo? The pasta that is shaped like rice. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's literally shaped like bits of rice, but it's pasta. I believe it's called orzo, right? Dry coconut sucks, it does. Dude, I don't know what it is. The commercial dried coconut candy, it just sucks, man. It's not good. Joke has extra layers. Yeah, I bought it once and I thought it was rice. Man, did I have some culture shock. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like orzo is really awesome though. And what I mean when I say that is that there are sometimes you want to have rice, but how do I say this? Rice gets soggy really fast. Orzo, it's like it still gets soggy eventually, but it's one of those things I feel like would work like just a lot better in pasta and like the, you know, heavy sauces. Whereas you can't really do that with like just normal rice. Joke has layers. It'd be like that, man. I like the dry coconut. For whatever reason, it kind of tastes like cardboard styrofoam, man. Not a fan of that stuff. Not a fan of that stuff. All right. Guess what, boys? While we're talking, we plugged in the aqua tuners, and now we have proper food storage. Let's go. All right, so that means next we're gonna do... Okay, so there's a good chance we're just gonna have to do 2 separate loaders here. Feels bad. We'll have to run the power line through. And then we'll just do it like that. Okay. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 720 on top of my 3000 watt line. This is not too bad. I probably do want a separate power line for these buildings then. And then we're probably not going to connect these tidal turbines yet until later. We won't need that much power on the side, so we're just going to cut this. And then once this gets built, that's going to be next. We're going to want to make sure this gets done. Due to religion, cooking, nobles, making beef look like fish and such. Make red meat look like white meat. I wish Clay would add the option to upgrade wire bridges without deconstructing first. Build a version over it. I honestly feel the same way on farm tiles as well. This doesn't work, right? No, it does. The other way doesn't work. Yeah, you can't build tiles on top of farms to replace it. Because in the early game, sometimes I will use farm tiles as my floor. And then it's like I have to deconstruct, build, and then it's like, oh, my man's stuck. Farms over time, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be real with that. I did not pay attention to the farms over tiles thing. I'm also kind of confused. I am not feeding you guys. How are you guys still alive? Making all this mucin, dude. Oh yeah, there's also a Pokeshell here. Take him out, boys. He's beating us up. Hit him with the laser beams. Let's go. Yeah, but the thing is that you can build farms over tiles, so it's like, it's weird that you can't do it the other way around. You know what I'm saying, man? They don't think be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we're gonna change... No, this is fine, actually. We're going to copy paste. Everything's there. We're gonna remove this building. One grill is gonna be good. We're gonna do the insulated setup here. Whoa, did I just use steel? Oh, that's illegal. We're gonna have to make some zinc. And then that probably means I have to use lead here. Alright. We're gonna want to run these. And then this is gonna be the kitchen line that we need to set up. This is also going to connect to some of the things like Rock Crusher and the research. So I will want to pull a separate line out for that. Now the problem is how bad it kind of looks. Feels bad, man. How am I going to connect this wire to over here? This is going to be filled with water. Oh yeah, I should probably build this first. Get that in. And then I need to pull the wire not inside the room. We could pull this up. Maybe. Maybe not. Spot that. Spot that. Spot this. Maybe we could run the wire down this way. Clean that up a little bit. And then we could run the wire here. And then we could run the other wire in the bottom. Then we'll just want some ladders where we need it. And then we'll get our kitchen started. Let's go. can't make ladders over tiles. Yeah, those are very minor things. I would imagine it wouldn't be too bad to fix, but it's one of those things that I feel like there's no real need to fix it. Like, how much is that really going to change? Something you would do when you're done with fixing everything else, right? All right, temperature maintained. We may want to power this very jankily. Something that would need fixing is the tooltips hovering items going off screen. Ooh, yeah. Honestly, you know what I think they should do that would make this make a lot more sense? They should group everything. Well, no. They could probably do a minimum maximum setup where if you hover over it, it gives you a list of everything. And then you could press a button like Alt, Shift, something like that. And then it gives you the details. Like mass, temperature, things like that. That'd be kind of nice. And then just list everything on a minimum line. Like if I go over here, you see how the tower kelp seed is just a name and then X amount. That would be bad because people wouldn't. If that's the case, I don't think there would be a solution for that. Because it becomes a thing where there's no good solution, so there's no real reason to try to fix it. Not giving them an excuse or an out like that, but it's like, they really do be like that sometimes. Got the sulfur right here. Let's go. This is not prioritized, huh? Bump this up to a 7. See, the problem with the mod is that it's also not a good solution, but it does band-aid it. Right? Like, it moves it to the side, but it covers up your full screen. Some people don't want that. And then it's not a bad solution, it's a band-aid fix. It doesn't solve the problem, but it makes the problem not as bad. Right? Because you still is like, if you have all my items here, it's gonna go off screen still. Like it condenses it and it makes more items show on the screen, but it's not going to, you know, fix the problem. Yeah, it's basically adding another lane. I mean, we could agree to disagree. I think it's better. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying it's bad. I say that it doesn't actually fix the problem. Problem still kind of exists. Because once you have too many items on the list, it's still going to go off screen. Right? And it's at a situation where there's no good solution. Oh, I never used the mod. The stacked items don't honestly bother me too much. It's just from an objective standpoint, it's like, yeah, there's no real solution for this. And it's like, if it's not going to really solve the problem, I don't think they're going to fix it. But yeah, I don't use it. I have seen it used. It's just, I don't really need that information, I guess. Can I just add it on this line? This might be bad. But maybe running this here? I don't know if I want to do that. We will have to connect this somehow. This is a lot of water too. That's, yeah, I have to disagree with that. I have to 100% disagree with that. No shame though, no issue with it. Like, if you use it, that's perfectly fine. I get entitlement to my opinions. I guess we could dig this out now. And then we don't need this anymore. Best fix is buy a larger screen. That's funny, man. That's actually a strat in some video games. That's crazy, but that is a real thing. I'm not even memeing. That's actually a real thing. There are people that speed run Stardew Valley and they buy a larger monitor because of how the game works. Like, it'd be the memes, but it's real, dude. That's the crazy thing. Because Stardew, it's like, there's a max resolution. But if you have one of those wide screens, you just see more of the map. And one of the things you would want to do is, for some of the speedruns, the more the map you see, the less you actually have to go into the map. Right? And as a result, you save a lot of time from speedrunning perspective. If you just load the map, see where the items are, don't have what you want, and you immediately leave, right? If you're doing like mine speedruns, things like that. It's crazy, but that's actually a thing, man. It's kind of stupid, but it'd be like that, man. Video games. More items rendered, win-win. There's actually, I heard there's some programs out there that effectively do that. Allow you to kind of juke out the whatever it is. And have it so that the like the monitor size that's being picked up ends up being a lot larger than your actual size, and as a result allows you to play on a higher resolution than otherwise. There's people that actually do that, man. It's kind of crazy. I think at PoE some people do that because you see more of the map on widescreen. It's kind of crazy. You see more on the map on like widescreen, so a lot of people just trick the game to thinking that they're playing on a widescreen monitor. Totally legit strat. It's jank though. It's one of those things as a player you're like, why does this be like that, man? Like, what the hell is this? I think for PoE, there is an illegal map allows seeing the whole map immediately. That's the thing with modding, Matt. Just like a lot of things in the game, there's kind of like a limit where you really just don't want to go past. Like in this game, there is a mod that unlocks all the blueprints. And they're like, yeah, I just want to play with all the cosmetics instead of having to wait to get the unlocks. And then I think Clay said something like, yeah, don't play with this mod. Which is fair. But it's like, some of the things, it's like, no, man. Why did you bring this mod to life? And it becomes a thing where it's like, yeah, I just didn't want to deal with that, so it's like, bite me. That's literally the quote. Bite me. What you gonna do about it? I made the mod and what? Clay can't ban it. GG can. I forget what it was. I don't think they could do anything though, yeah. Someone on Reddit wanted to dupe romance mod. Oh my god. Just having to go play The Sims, man. Dude, I looked on the front page of Steam for the first time in a long time, like the store page. And I did not realize how insanely saturated it was when it came to like the Gooner games, for lack of better words. Like, damn, dude, there really is a huge ecosystem for that right now, man. So they have a section called like popular purchases or like top sellers recently. Yep. And that's all it is. It's like top 10, 8 out of the 10 is that. And then you have Counter-Strike 2. And it's like, wait, what? What is happening? Why is there so many of these games now? It's like, this is like the old school websites, E-Bombs World, and all that stuff. Like, what's happening over here? They doing this? God damn. Yeah, you gotta have the filters up. I feel like that sometimes. Take the zinc. What are we chilling? Why is this turning on every now and then? Am I leaking that much heat through this crude oil? Maybe I am. There's no food inside. No food inside that. Like, why is this running 33%, 66? There's no food in the storage yet. What do be the jank, man? Madge legal. Oh, dude. Artifacts count as an ornament? We got the banquet hall bonus. Hey, man. I'll take that. I really do need to finish building these 3 wires, though, so we could start using the kitchen. The other wire is ready. So we'll connect that side. Swap this, that. Insulated conductive. Nice. No, if you scroll down on the front page, they have popular titles, top sellers, up and coming titles. That's what I'm talking about. Not what the AI recommends you. There's literally like a top 10 that's active. Come on, my dupes. Are we out of plastic? Top sellers? I mean, it's not right now. That was when I looked at it a little bit ago. I should actually see what's on the top sellers right now. Browse homepage. Popular new releases. Oh, none of this is too bad right now. Top sellers. Yo, a lot of these are not bad. Dude, did they actually do a sweep of all the adult games? They are all gone. Oh, yeah, trending free games. All right, just one. Two. Hey man, maybe they did a sweep on that stuff. It does change every day. I have no filters on the settings for that. We're ready. All right, so cut this, cut that, cut this. This goes here, run this across, run that across, run this across, run that across. Cancel that, cancel that. We got the power. Oh, 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 oh. All right, so food storage is ready. We're gonna need to fix this next. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is this is gonna be filtered and this is gonna be filtered. So both of these loaders are gonna be changed depending on how you're gonna want to set it up. What I mean when I say that is that one of them is gonna be ingredients. That's gonna be the outside one. That's not in range of the auto sweeper. This one is going to be things that cooking ingredients. You're going to want to keep all this most likely. And then on the edibles, raw food, bog jelly, calamari, fish fillet, lettuce, technically lice loaf, because we're going to need that for the sushi. I don't want my dupes to eat that. Meal lice, meat. And then plant meat, shellfish. I don't know if I want to do salt sticks because we're not growing those, and those in the wild are kind of meh. And then we're not selecting things like swamp chard, snack fruit, and things that don't perish like that because we're just going to put that in the fridge. On the foods that do be ready to be eaten, barbecue, cooked seafood, grub fruit preserve, nigiri, omelet, pickled meal, spicy tofu, sushi roll. Okay, now the downside is that we have to click allow manual use. And then this is gonna not need, this is not gonna have a sweeper that sweeps into the storage because it's just gonna loop. So we are going to have the dupes manually deliver. Feels bad. Feel like that though sometimes. It will also pick this up and deliver it. No, it can't. It's too far away actually. All right, 2 grills, musher. We're probably gonna do lice loaf on forever. Makes sense. Sushi roll forever. We got cooked seafood. Pickled meal is only on demand. Barbecue cooked seafood is going to be good now. And then let's check the priority on everything. Sushi's most important, sure. And then everything else is kind of at its level, which is not bad. Okay. Good stuff. All right, the next thing we will need is connecting the food. We're just gonna move the food out. And then straight line up and then over. Green, green, green. So it should be fine to be just added in. All right. So this is going to have power 3.7. 0.84. So we're going to be able to attach some other things to this. And also allow us to tie together some of these tidal turbines back to the power spine. Lacking a little bit, but it's going to turn on with the petroleum soon. This is on the 95-55. Relying on the turbines as much as we can. Right? Try not to use the resources. Alright, now that that's the case. We're going to be culling a lot of fish, boys. Now that we could store the food, we don't have to worry about it. We just let it rock. Alright, good stuff. Ooh. Above. 6.6. Pumping out the natty gas. Let's go. Sulfur, zinc, free stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, we're going to be waiting to build the rail out so that we could have the meal lice get delivered automatically. We have a nice little controlled environment. This area is kind of gross because this is releasing carbon dioxide kind of just freely. So once we get away from the petroleum gen, it's going to be a lot cleaner looking. Also, there's pea water here, right? It's going to be a problem. A little bit of combat. We still want to do refined carbon here, 99. And then we're still trying to heat this up. It's trying, man. It really is. We're not going to do turbo. We're probably going to boil the pea water. We're just going to leave it on normal temperature. Though I might build a second one right here. Like, might as well, right? We have the power. We kind of want to consume the power for that. Let it speed up. Alright, so at this point, now that we have proper food storage, and we are able to have nice deep freeze food, deep freeze sterile atmosphere, and we have food now. We get rid of this. Get our proper meal hall fixed. No longer going to need this weird setup. And then we are going to also start plugging in the wires in the rest of the base. This is going to take some time. For whatever reason, it takes them a long time to actually get it done. Pals? We're not playing Pal World. Plastic. Oh, we don't have that much plastic, actually. Looks like us growing the tubulias was not strong enough. We do have it, though. Alright, so this wire was just a regular conductive. How do we want to do this? We could plug some more things with that. Need to consider what we want to plug in, if anything. Like, we could start moving some stuff to here now. Maybe getting some ladders here would be wise. We get rid of this, connect everything else over here, and have a proper water tank. Sea Queen's chilling. The ore hole's hanging out. We got the little baby Sea Queen fries. get the tile there. And then we're probably, yeah, building this out. Building that out. Removing the ladders here, since we're going down this way. Okay. Dude, this tile is ice cold. Because we're running the ethanol back in. So you know what's happening? The AQ water in here is not gonna boil. The moment it becomes steam, it immediately chills. That's so funny. These are insulated pipes. But I guess it's just, you know, super cold, fam. Feels bad. Self-cooling. Are you serious? Harold does not know how to swim. Oh my god. How did you get down here, dude? No learned skills. Harold, you're gonna learn how to swim today. Your life depends on it, man. Yeah, rub your eyes. You remember now. Let's go. What's going on, Kuba? Welcome in. Oh my god. You ever forget that you knew how to swim? And you were at the bottom of the pool, just be like, how am I gonna get up there? But you know, he remembers now. Dude, the biggest thing with the Aquatic Planet Pack is the fact that you were able to increase your lung capacity. The maximum breath stat makes this almost as good as carrying capacity. That's so good. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you're gonna want to give everyone plus carrying. It's almost the same with swimming now, even if you're not playing on a water map. The increased lung capacity just makes it so much smoother. Whether it's like early game digging or honestly anything in general. It's so nice, man. Oh, you don't have swimming skill in base game. Oh yeah, the insulated wires though were pretty game changing. I remember my ladder pathways right here. I would have 5 wires going up and down my ladder shafts, and they will all be conductive. Now it's like I'm just gonna have like 2 wires and that's it. It's so nice. I see you, Kubo. Yeah, be lurking. Appreciate the lurks, man. But yo, man, no one solved the swimming problem. That was not real. I can't believe that happened, man. My man's fell down, did the things. Oh, the squid died in here. Feels bad. Dude, man, classic game. If classic game got the ability to swim, that would be so troll, dude. Why even buy the DLC? Right? It becomes that. Why even buy the DLC? Alright, there is a lot of CO2 here. That does kind of suck. Alright, I guess we could put the botanical analyzer here. I kind of want to move it 1 over. I mean, there's no room associated with this, so we'll just put it here. And then that way we'll be able to just pull a lead line. But you do get the wires if you don't buy the DLC. I wonder, considering I have it, but I wanted to play through Classic. Not gonna lie, man. That's always one of those things that it's like, when a new DLC drops, I don't know what's gonna be available base game. But as the DLCs do drop and we get the updates, I feel like Clay doing the extra work and making some of the things like that backwards compatible like that is honestly props to them. A lot of companies would just be like, nope, you get the DLC or you get none of it. You know what I'm saying? Man from Earth has a second movie. Wait, what? How? Yo, what's it called? I'm gonna watch it. Wait, how? Charlie Kelly knows. We don't talk about them anymore, man. They basically sped ran EA Rise and Fall as fast as they could. They did it. They did it. Those guys, man. Very impressive. Very impressive. Man from Earth has a second movie. Is it after he moves? And then it's like he does the same thing again, but he gets a different response? I don't know. Is it flashback and he's hanging out with Da Vinci and tells us how he got his painting? I'm curious, man. Like, what would they even get into? Second movie, Man from Earth. Impressive. We gotta analyze this because we gotta do mutated seeds. That also means we're gonna bop the Weezewort because we already got a mutated seed. And we're gonna start doing other seeds that we need for GMO AOK. So at this point, we have power now. We are able to do our battery bank. We're harvesting natty gas when we can. We have a fissure active that's getting fed diamonds. And then once this is at temperature that we want it to be at, which is going to be, I mean, there's no target now, but it's going to take a long time to actually heat up the water. We want to be at 69 degrees so that if we do want to put some squids inside, they could hang out. It wouldn't be too bad. Wouldn't be too bad. And then the logic is going to be is that we could easily do a small little ranch. We might even put it on the outside here. And then the squids are going to be okay. And then we don't need to overheat the pin pockets either. We're going to be using that for diamonds. So that's going to mean stable source of diamonds. And then right now we're going to be needing a little bit of plastic from the tubulins. Let's get some more. Grow some more plastic. Just because we kind of need it. And then over here... we're going to want to keep up with some of the CO2. Why is this... Huh. 1200. Breathability is kind of low down here. This is producing. Do we need more? Maybe it's the pea dirt over here that's adding to the pressure up top. Oh, this is at 900. Yep. My O2 is starting to actually go down. It might be time to do the proper box that I wanted to do that I never did. So we'll have to start building that here. We will use sandstone because we have it. Let's do 3 suits. And then we'll do a simple setup here. 1, 2. It's probably all we're going to need. 1 beacon. I'm going to box that. Let's get a bottle drainer here. Let's also get some suits right here. We really only need 2, probably. If we ever want to go inside for whatever reason. And then these corals, 1, 2. Oh, am I out of lime? No way, bro. No, we have lime. They're just not delivering it to the coral that we need. Breathability from. Yo, man, what we doing? Give me some lime, yo. We have it. Oh, is it because we're constantly just attacking the fish? Alright, 63,000 fish fillets has been great, man. He might be the guy that supplies the lime. He is. Wow. The guy that supplied the lime was busy culling the fish. Who would have thought? Fillet of fish. Let's go. Let's get one of these. Pop that. Let's pop this. Nothing in the walls, right? That we're popping. This gas line's kind of jank. We're going to want to do double doors here. Little bit of CO2 again. We'll just release a little bit of that. The chlorine got pumped out, so that's good. Just oxygen, polluted oxygen, CO2. Not that big of a deal. Still making the zinc and galena. This almost is only just power consumption. It's barely adding any heat. 1.5, 7 degrees Celsius. It's drop in the bucket, right? Okay. We're basically going to do a closed box coral setup. And the logic with that is pretty simple. These are going to produce a decent amount of oxygen, and we're just going to keep it in a box. And then the upside is going to be is that we're going to be able to put pumps inside and use that for suits. That way we don't have to pull it from the ambient temperature with this mechanical filter that we're doing. Yeah. This is priority 9. Suit repair is on forever. We are out of suits. Let's build some suits. This is ready. Copy paste. Get some more tubulias. There's at least 1 seed there. I don't know if we have any more. Ah, look at that. So we dug out the obsidian so that the magma here would heat up the water a little bit. You can see some of the abyssalite right there still. That's kind of hot. And it looks like most of it cooled down. I will dig up a little bit more to try to chill down the abyssalite via contact. There's no more steam here, dude. It's kind of nice. All right, so we're slowly getting natty gas. This is gonna feed... Oh, I forgot to pull the wire. So we are feeding off of this. All right, let's do that. Because I want to use up the ethanol first. Before we start consuming the natty gas. We might be better off turning this off then and just use whatever's in the bin. They do need a farmer for that, which is fine. 1200. We get some more on this. What's something we don't use that often that's going to require power? I don't want the crafting station near the water. I'm probably not going to use other stuff. Suit forge would be not bad, I guess. Yeah. Suit forge, pretty solid. Virtual planetarium, a little bit too large. I wouldn't want to put the research buildings. I want to keep that there if I could. I don't know if we're going to use the vulcanizer just straight up anymore. So from all the stations, it would probably be crafting. Nothing else. Skill scrubber, don't really need. Refinement. Rock crusher. Kiln doesn't need power. Steve is a little bit too large. Emulsifier is too wide. It's the vulcanizer, the only thing that fits. And then we'd be able to just put the plant pulverizer right on top. Wouldn't be too bad. Plywood press? I don't know, man. We don't have plant husks. So we probably just leave that alone for now. Alright, cool. Dug out the Wheezeward copy pastes. We will want to fill this up eventually once we decide on how we're going to attach the power line. Though it might literally just be this. That just makes a lot of sense. And then we'll be able to attach that to another power line if we need to. Because this is 1, 2, 3, but we're going to have number 4 up top. That line's going to be too skinny for that. We might just run a second line going down parallel. Enter into there. Okay. This is going to be water. Ooh, we have water. 12 tons. Let's go. And then we're still sludge pressing here. And then this is still not empty. That's crazy. We'll leave this be, but we will want to... No, let's probably do it at the bottom. Decon. Use the conductive wire if we really need to. Okay, so really quickly, we are at the point where we're transitioning and trying to redo some of the base to make it look a little bit better. We have our banquet hall. And we have plants giving us plastic. So it's going to be pretty good. We will probably want to equalize this area a little bit better. Gas goes down. We get to remove some of the ladders there. They could still always climb up from the top. Once we get enough plastic, we will connect more of the wires through and then pull more of the tidal turbines. Pretty good. There's no other ones, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing else nearby. Yeah, and then we have 5. Okay, that's fine. Then it's 1, 2. And then 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6. That's 2 lines. We could attach the bottom one to the bottom. Yeah, which would be good like that. We'll probably have to add some more reverse transformers here to feed in the wire a little bit better. Pretty good. Alright, so once we get enough plastic, we'll transition to that. Our calories are going to skyrocket now, because we're just going to be able to do this all the time. Lice loaf. If we can, we'll do it. Oh, dude. All the mealwoods on the rail. Oh my god, I hope that's not rotting. I forgot to let it out. Let there be meal lice. Let there be sushi. Alright, we are going to cancel fillet of fish. On one of these. That way we have more sushi being made. Good stuff. Alright, we'll clean this up. Okay, so since we're waiting on the other stuff, our oxygen is getting a little bit lacking. We're going to be making the new setup for better oxygen. The other thing we're going to look at now is the GMO AOK. We are going to have mealwood. Next one is Thimbleweed Mutant. That's going to be fun. So the Thimbleweed one is interesting because you get those pretty often. And then we have gas grass. Okay. And bristle blossom. Okay. Then we have salt vines. Oh, we gotta grow that, huh? And then pinch of pepper nuts. Fun times. Okay, so the next one we'll probably do is Thimbleweed. We do have one over here. So we're just gonna build the planter box allows you to put a wheeze ward in it, right? Hopefully. We will want to do that. Move the wheeze ward. Hopefully this gives us a mutated seed. Let's give me the next one we're going to want to do. Farming skill. My farmer is Hassan. Maybe Rowan? He has it, but he's not really supposed to be doing that. Rowan actually likes farming. Alright, man, we'll give it to you, Rowan. You were the dupe from the Frozen Friends. And then we'll trim this down so you're not working as hard. Okay, so he's going to be able to do the skill here. Alright, suit. We're going to copy paste and then remove. I don't think we're going to need the vulcanizer, but I guess we'll put it here. Power load wise, I actually can't afford it, so maybe we just get rid of it. Like, the vulcanizer is literally just for the rubber. Feels bad, man. Feel like that sometimes. And then there's not much power we could really put on that. It's really just crafting station. Or maybe even soldering station. Nope, that's a little bit too much. So it's like with the suits, not really a big deal then, I guess. Okay, CO2 should not be that big of a deal. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Pickled meal, 90 kgs. It's time, boys. Put 20 kgs of pickled meal inside of here. Yeah, man, it's time to do mutated seeds. Got the first one, mealwood. Oh, we have multiple mutated seeds. Let's go. Juicy fruit, easy going. Not bad. If we have any more, we'll analyze. And then we will be making the new water tank stuff over there. Breathability is getting kind of scary. We should be fine though. It's just that the suit lines are a little bit occupied right now with this pumping too much. Hydrogen, how'd that get inside? That's so random. Alright, so 2 pumps. We could get 3 pumps. Even 4. I just don't think it's going to be something we'll want to have. Maybe we do. Do a weird setup. And then we could take over this oxygen line that's going into our suits. And then at that point, we'll probably want to combine it down here as well. Yep. Let's go. Once we get the food inside, it is time. That destination here. Rocket pilot, Frankie or Ocean Man? Oh, do we actually have to send Ishvan? It's Ishvan. He's the only one that could actually fulfill the role. He's gonna have to run the wheel. His food, extra suits, water for the toilet. Time to start space scanning. So very straight up, this is gonna be our rocket setup. Spacefarer, battery, no scope. Make sure you allow them to drive. Rocketry, plus plus. So the setup is very straightforward. We are going to be running a suit. Inside there's oxygen. There's actually going to be an exploit going on where if you're wearing a suit and you breathe out while wearing the suit, the oxygen in the world does not go down. It's breathing from the suit, but since none exists, nothing happens. They're just increasing their breathing, but you know, it's free. So just in case we need more oxygen, we also have the suits here. And then we're going to be sending out 3 tiles out because we can only move 6 tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that we can start scanning. We have a telescope here. This is going to be able to scan 3 tiles out. So I get to scan 3 tiles. And we're basically exploring the star map a little bit. So we're going to do a mission to the right, mission to the left, mission up top. Probably this way, straight lines, right? And we're just going to be pushing out the star map a little bit. We could also do some double missions where we drop off on this planet. Not because we want the resource, but there is an objective that we have to do where we do not soft launch, but establish several colonies. So it wouldn't be bad to do something like that. Back at home, the dupes are maintaining now. Calories are just going to be going up. We will allow to do another coaling mission. And we probably don't care about sweeping phosphorite as much anymore. Previously, there were some wild beacons and we were digging in the ocean biome, so we were a little bit worried about that, but it's fine now. We have so much phosphorite, I don't really worry too much. These guys producing the phosphorite for us. Pretty good, pretty good. We didn't even use up all the ethanol in the pool. And then we're going to be doing a little bit of coaling. Ocean Man smiling while he's bopping the fish. Knowing that he has the high ground. What a guy. Okay. Still pumping up CO2, but it's probably very low pressure. No, it's just the CO2. CO2 being CO2. Because we're generating a lot with this, right? This is 2 kgs. No, 500 grams per second. Using a lot of power from here. And we are going to want to tap the other thermal fissures somewhat soon. We do have time though. We don't need to do it now. But we will. I guess we could get that ready. Start by building out some of the tiles here that we know we're going to want. Now that this is cleaned up, not bad. All the combat. Ooh, look at the steam. Alright. We're going to dig that as well. Funsies. Get a little bit of warm water. Building out a lot of the gas pipelines. This is getting ready. And we're scanning. Let's go. Food has decayed. Nori. Organic. No rot piles inside, right? Okay, cool. Making all the foods. We're not going to make uni, though. For the reasoning that is, we kind of want to keep that for diamonds. I guess we could grab the dew seed. We're not going to need it, though. A lot of pea water still. Double tapodizers slowly getting there. Oh, too much CO2. We need to start dumping from here. Damn, was it that much already? Did not think it was going to be that much CO2 that fast. That's really just a petroleum gen, though. It just generates a lot. Okay, let's lower this. The coral is running now. We need to move out more water. Get the reservoirs back. Clean out some of the water from there. And we're gonna slowly start filling this up at some point. I want to make sure we empty out the water here first. Gonna get those corals built. Oh, come on. Really? That's so stupid. That spilled into my liquid lock. You know what? That was all part of the plan. All part of the plan, boys. All things calculated. God damn it. Alright, CO2 bubbles in the way. And then, yeah, there's mixed gases. We'll clean that up later by just pumping. I guess I should monitor my plastic. Clear new. That way I know how much more of the new wire I could build. Soldering station. Eventually we'll want this. There's no water pumped out yet, so we don't need to feed the reed fiber there. Okay, he's almost done. Having high science skill pays. All right, we tagged it. We're going back. Good, good. We'll be able to start using up the CO2 that way. While this is hot, we're maintaining temperature. Pretty good. Oh yeah, this is no longer needed anymore. This is a clean box. Okay, empty release. Let's get rid of all the stuff there. Oh, dude, we have plant husks. Maybe we make the plywood press. What would I even use plywood for? My farmer has skill, so we're getting plant husks now. It's basically just like a mineral. Plywood, we could feed it to the moves, I guess. We still gotta make gas grass. Feels bad, yo. Okay, mop up the mucin. Pretty good so far, pretty good so far. So space scanning, we're gonna do another section. We're just gonna need to review as much of the star maps we can with the starter rocket. Feeding the new water area. Because we just need to get more water here. Oh yeah. 12 tiles is not enough. We had to do this. Because then we need to count the liquid lock tiles for this to work. Yeah. Alright, we will do that. Breathing out in here is fine. Not really an issue yet. Okay, so if you guys are following along for the achievements, we're slowly doing some GMO A-OK. Now that we have power, we're doing a little bit of reorganization. And it looks like I got a little bit too many dupes and wasn't paying attention. It's mainly because of the suits, I feel like. But 2, 4, 6. That's technically 9 dupes. We're gonna get 2 more here. That's gonna be 12. And then we should probably get at least one more coral setup. Probably closer to the bottom of the map. Like, we'll have to make some space. Set that up. That would probably be pretty good. I may also want to drain out some of the water from the sun down to the bottom. We have a lot of good setup for that. Let's spill out the water. I guess we do kind of want it in the middle. There's no other liquid. I guess these two. It's not that much though, so it should be fine. I may want to clean up the salt water from here. Let's do a little bit of sweepage. Get a ladder down to the bottom. Would be not bad. So we're not gonna need this wheel anymore. Not gonna need this deodorizer setup anymore. We'll need it for the outhouse right there. And then looking at this. This is not a bad hallway. Kitchen. Probably open the doors. Leave this as more refinement space. This is a long room. This would be not a bad bedroom though, down there. Yeah. Empty this out. Need a little bit more water. Okay, just a little bit more. Grab 5 ton. 5 ton's a lot. Guess we just do bottles from here. Did we have less than 5? 3.6, yes, that's fair. This is 320, 10. So 30 kgs, 300 kgs. Huh, maybe just a couple deliveries, not the full mass. Unload that. Okay, flue coral. Let's get a door to prevent dudes from going in. And then we're gonna need a beacon inside. Beacon. Wild beacon. Wrangle, relocate. We will have to prioritize this to a 7. Okay, and then another thing is we do want to do this. Fertilize. Good. Got the beacon. Someone coming in with the 1560. Coral. Oh yeah, we're gonna need salt water here. Whatever's. Insulated's insulated. Bottle drainer. Okay, let's cancel. Release the water. So it's going to be enough now for 2 beacons. Basically, the original and the egg. Then we're just going to need some salt water. They're bringing up all the oxygen. This is at... Okay, so we can put this here. Oops. Run that down. Let's cut this, because we're going to have to pump out the stuff. And then we're going to need some power over here. Alright, we are at 480 plastic. We do want to take over some lines. We could also take over some other lines as well. For like a refinement purpose. Like we could run another one of these wires since we have a decent amount of lead. Down this way and then run the other line for buildings up here. Now, we say that, but we don't really need to do that. It should be okay. Snazzy suit. Now, we'll take the snazzy. I think we need that for the 8 non-default outfits. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Slip it on the Musin. Okay. This area is weird. I think we just bop the chair. And then we also bop the sublimation station. Let's bring this down to a P1. Once it's done cleaning this up, P dirt is at 0. We'll just feed it out to this one. O2 is kind of low, so it's like I want to keep that, but I want to get a proper room here. Radbolt's probably what we're lacking with. The rocket is back. Alright, so everything is set, ready. We're gonna launch again. This time, 3 tiles to the left. Everything should be good. Food, all that gravy. Let's get some salt water here. We have salt water all over the map, whether it's pitcher pumping or anything. Not really too worried about that. Okay, so since this wire is here, I kind of want to do some stuff with this area then. So let's bottle drain, get rid of this. Let's just do the old school deconstruct and mop. And then since this power line's here, we could use it like locally. I might just want to put a building here that's like using power. But nothing's 1200, right? Nothing huge consumption. Maybe on this side as well. Oh, on top of this building is also pretty good. Yeah. Because this is basically a hallway. Okay, so that's going to be probably artifact analysis. Building that uses power and the rock crusher. Makes a lot of sense. So let's move rock crusher here. Artifact analysis. We're gonna run this down. 1, 2. There we go. Let's get rid of this. We'll have to mop it up. Nice. Oxygen's kind of included. We just need to get power inside. Flying out. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's good. All right, we have range, so it's fine. We did fill it up. We did fill it up. So these two, I think this means I want to power these pumps with this line. That's kind of crazy, but it would work. Okay, we kind of want to do that. We might need to go up top for that, and we have to fill this up. Power wire, get everything else here built. We're going to get that ready. It looks like we just do this. And then we want to attach it to down here. very straightforward line. Yeah. We are at 1.5. So adding another 840, it's going to be like 2 point something. If there's no AQ on this, we put a lot of power on that. Pretty good. This is not going to be active yet. This is now moved over. We don't need to power that. CO2 to power this. That reminds me, I'd empty this one out as well. No power. Oh, man. All right. We will enable ethanol back on this. Damn, we consumed all that so fast. I mean, that's why we got the ethanol, though. All right, so this is ready. No pea dirt. Perfect. This is clean. We're going to be able to remove this now, finally. Clothing rack. We kind of have to bop this. Feels bad. I mean, you never know, right? Oh, yeah. We got to do this for one of the rooms. Hospital. Medical equipment. Toilets. And then dining table. All right, this is going to be one of the rooms we're going to want to make. And then we're just going to open the doors so it's not going to be, you know, in the way of anything. This is funny. We're probably gonna lock the door. Because I don't want my dupes eating here. And someone's gonna do it, dude. And then I'm gonna forget that the medical bed is locked out. And no one could use it. And I'm not gonna realize that that's the case. The self-debate is eminent, dude. Alright, the power line no longer needed there. Get rid of the deodorizers, mesh. We're gonna mop that up when we can. Get rid of this. Pea mine consumption water. Cool, this is looking great. Alright, so now we're gonna add water down here. We're going to fill this up with water. We're probably going to fill it up to here. 20 tiles is enough. And then the last line is when it pushes up. And I've added a little bit too much water. It happens. Alright, so it's digging. We're getting sulfur. Great amount. I am going to probably... Oh, this has already gotten started. Pretty good. We're going to want to do that. Do a sweepage. Get that built, get that done. This makes sense just to get a little bit of digging started. We're going to keep this side kind of nice. The water level could go up, could go down. Not really a big deal. This should be free to dig. We're going to have to go all the way down to lower the water level where we kind of need it to be at for this thermal fissure. And then we're lacking a little bit of power. All right. That means I need to start tying in the other turbines, but then I need to get power out here. Oh yeah, it's because of that. Yeah, I really shouldn't use that for these. If anything, because of how far out it is, it makes me think I should use just I haven't tamed squids. Is it hard? No, there's only just one thing you got to worry about is making the room too hot. But otherwise, it's just kind of like taming fish or the sea queens. You know, it's very straightforward. The thing that you have to look out for is the squid themselves are very easy to take care of. But one of the things that you harvest squid for is potentially the squid ink, right? So the squid is 20 to 120, but they want to be 40 to 100. Problem is that they make squid ink that boils at 80. So if you make the area too hot, you don't get squid ink and immediately becomes mucin. I mean, you might want that, but if you want the squid ink that is basically a weaker version of brackine, you have to make sure it's not too hot. Outside of that, it's very straightforward. Slayer, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Ooh, we got the frozen planet right away, man. That's nice. Area complete, right? Yeah, we're going home. Frozen planet. Let's go. We'll take those. All right, so the natty gas. We're using a little bit too much power. I need to start tying in some of the other turbines, tidal turbines. So this is almost done. The rock crusher is now no longer needed. Get rid of that. We will need that deodorizer though. Got this set up for the polluted oxygen. Steve, mud spinner. We could actually probably move that. Do seed? Sure. It's just this pump for oxygen that we're going to replace. Right? So we're not going to need that anymore. There is this bottom suit line. I guess we do have the plastic. And then we want to try to get some more lead. We will have to go down, dig, build. We are getting a lot of that resource as well. Plastic's looking pretty good. And then we do have this line. It's not bad. Because we do have to tie that back. Do a ladder right there. Little bit of exposed wire that's probably going to go down here. That's going to go these two. That's going to allow this to come straight down or out and about. Like so. Combine that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Separate line, yep. Okay. Pretty good. I guess we should allow the salt water to be filled in again. Copy, paste, paste. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grabbing the salt water from everywhere. Okay, not bad. We can reach the bottom. Let's pop the water wheat there. Doing pretty good. Alright, so we are gonna bop this. Bop the automation. Bop all the pipage from here. And then we're going to be getting rid of this because we're going to be transitioning to this setup. Wait, what happened to my fish? Oh, did I move an elderly fish? So no eggs. That's a scam. All right, should be fine. Get the moppage. And we're almost back. Nice. So we're getting space scanned right now, finding the planets, because we do got to do 5-planet base. Doing some power wire shuffling. Gonna be moving out a lot of the stuffs. Getting rid of some things. It's gonna be going pretty good. A lot of water, polluted water right here. Dripping in water into this. Taking our time. We have plant husks now. Temperature controlled. We could probably do a Draco box right here. Realistically, we might just avoid the Draco. And then we have food storage now too. So 32, 30, temperature is great. Food storage is, everything's being taken care of. We're eating some of the salt sticks though. A lot of calories now that we're able to do a lot of that. 81 fish, 50 eggs. Not bad. Not bad at all. Everything's pretty good. The water is done here. Let's mop it up. Actually, let's do the smart play and just build tiles. Push it all out. Power wire. Nice. Just moving out all the bad gas. Don't allow the folks in. Fish is already inside. Okay, so cut this. Boop, boop, boop. Remove that. Checkpoint time. Let's get suits here. Priority 9. Alright, now that's gonna be pretty awesome. Alright, I do probably want to get rid of this salt water. We just need to decide when and where we're going to want to dump that, but we don't need to do that yet. If anything, we're going to want to lower the water level down slightly, so we'll do it on this side. Because we'll eventually want to put airflow here, right? So 3 tile thick staircase. I guess we do kind of want to dig this. And then since we have a ladder here, we want to get rid of this and get some ladders going down. I guess we could leave that 1 tile. Get that water done. Frankie, unreachable toilet. Oh, is everyone on the same schedule? Oh yeah, we have way too many dupes here. 6, 8. There we go. We could do a 3rd schedule. We could. Still doing the hand crank for the rod bolts. 47. Ethanol, let's bump this up to a 9. So small power problem, very small. Probably not gonna pump. If anything, pitcher pump. And then we'll bottle drain into this setup. Pea water from here. Okay, cool. How was the little steam experiment? It's chilling, man. Everything is getting more and more lukewarm. Can't be mad. Okay, so on this side, we will want to do a little bit of digging. Evening this out is probably not a bad idea. And then 3 tile thick. We're going to drain a little bit of water from this side. There's also releasing the water down this way so that we can release this inside. I also may want to mop up the water that's right here. Oh, wait. It's all moved to the side. That's crazy. Alright, we'll dig this. Little bit water spill out. This is a controlled spill. Nothing too bad. We created very little space. I guess we could bop this then. The abyssalite should hold up. Makes me think that this should be fine. Bop some of the water weed there. There's no bloater fish in here. I guess there is. He got that one plant. He handling it. Okay. Let's see if this is okay. 22 kgs of oxygen. We're going to start spilling here. Start doing some more water movement. Okay, good stuff. We want this. Gas pipe bridge removed. So now this line is going to be used for the suits. Looking good. Spilled, pumping, looking nice. Still doing a lot of mud. We did get into a new polluted biome, right? So the mud's back. Okay, pea water. Auto bottle. We're lacking the power over here. We're getting very little. Enough for the suits, enough for the sweepers. AQs are not really running. None of the power is actually being generated. Deliver the ethanol, boys. All right, leakage, spillage. We're gonna let the water free. Fill this out a little bit. We do want to kind of put these in boxes like that. Clean that up. So this is not tied to anything. So 1, 2, 3 needs to be feeding out into its own line. Okay. Kind of makes sense to kind of run this across that. Dude, that lines up perfectly. And then all we have to do is relocate some of these material science buildings. Find a better spot for that. I think we're probably going to want to relocate this relative to where our reactor is going to be. So that probably means, yeah, I need to grab this next. Our researcher is back. Everything's ready though. Gonna go to those tiles there, summon launch. So right now we're just doing a very simple setup, right? We have enough food here for a while. Stale 39%. That's basically 10 cycles. They're not going to be out there for too long. And then we're just going back and forth on the CO2 rocket. Very straightforward. If there's anything about that you guys don't understand, though, let me know. We just have a canister emptier releasing CO2, adding oxygen as we need it. And then he's going out in a fresh suit every time. All right. I will probably want to relocate the virtual planetarium to there. So I probably want to relocate the crafting station. I will need the battery there for now still. And then there's going to be another line here. 276. So I want to argue that this is probably gonna be our next upgrade. And then it's not gonna tie into that line, which I may want to do down here. Because we're gonna have these two. That's still gonna be slow dripping. One, two, three. It's probably gonna be this one, but that one's already tied up. Oh, we opened this area, so we could pull another wire this way. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. We could do that. 1, 2, 3. This one gets decon on the bottom, and then we just run a new line that goes to the bottom 3. And then what we would need to do is separate this line from the suit line. Now, what is the math here? 1200, 1200, 1200, 360. This is a 4K line. It might be just best to pull from here to that, even if it's temporary. Out of lead. So that's going to mean we're going to keep doing this if we can. We do have the resource and stuff waiting for us. Diamond, Galena. Beacons! Oh, wow. Can't really say no. They're just gonna flop into a water source somewhere. They can't get to here, though. They shouldn't be able to get to there. Alright, let them flop. Let's do that. They could always leave the other way. Flying out. So yeah, right now, doing some more shuffling around of stuff, but otherwise we are not doing too much, just cleaning things up, right? Redoing the wires once we have the plastic. Power plant's going to be getting additional tidal turbines soon. Running off of the ethanol for now. We do have a little bit of natty gas coming in, but we only have one of these tapped, so we're not getting a steady stream. And we really just need the ethanol running. And, well, tying together the other turbines. Once this gets built and done, we'll likely want to just build a ladder to keep doing that. Let's do these. So we could start filling this up. That's getting ready. So that's not going to change too much. I guess we could do the rad bowl. I mean, I don't think it's going to do too much though, yeah. Okay, once that's empty, we're just going to release the other line. There we go. And then this room is now at 15 kgs per tile. We can allow the dupes in. This will need salt, lime. And these guys should be giving us all the lime. If we don't, I guess we have to start crushing. Pokeshell Multilime. Yep. That's what? 40? 60 to 60? Damn. I'm happy they changed that. And we also have Slogos. We can do a lot of this all day. It's also going to be a lot of power, though, that we don't have. Galena. Let's do more. We're going to want the lead. What's consuming all the power is going to be my Tepidizers, though. Still slowly heating up the pea water. Okay, this is done. Area complete. Good stuff. Heading back. So now we could go 1, 2, 3. Start scanning that. And we enlarge the starter space scanned area. That would be how we're going to get started with space scanning. Not really do too much more than that. Just got to survive for a couple days on the rocket ship. Before we get into the next stage, we're just setting up a research reactor. Since we have all these bees, it's going to be nice. Okay, so that's going to be one line to the right. We're going to need a second one. So we're going to want another reversed transformer. This is going to need a bridge, wire, I would want to hide the wire. Yeah. Pull this out to here. And then we want to get to this level. Wow. So, tile like that. Should be sturdy. Should be fine. If anything, we probably do want to bop this clam. Kind of in a weird spot. Water pressure, not a big deal over here. If anything, the only thing we're really looking to do is clean up some of the regular water that's right there. Water level up and down. Still spilling, still has to feed up. Ooh, this is almost built. Yeah, we do need more lead before we could really do that, though. And then... this isn't tied to anything else, right? It's just the actual turbine, so it's gonna be like that. And then we'll deconstruct the rest. Run this wire this way. It's gonna take over that wire. That wire is going to be feeding backwards. Virtual planetarium I could relocate. I'm going to move it to here. So we're going to move the doors out so that we could expand the laboratory room. Alright, we want to drain this too. So that we could start putting our clean water setup there. Such a weird person. Putting in clean water with tidal turbines, just cuz. Who does this? Who does that, man? Alright, we're gonna do that. There's pea water, they're adding it in. I guess we don't need to feed this anymore. And then in order to get through, we go through the critter flux room. No, you can't, huh? I guess we have to dig this. Salt water. Still spilling. All right, we're going to want to dig that. Get the wire connected in the ocean. How much mud do we have? 48 tons. Okay. Since we're going to be spinning the mud, might as well do this. Oh, the pea dirt's not being consumed fast enough now. Hey, it really do be like that sometimes. Alright, mop this up. This is finally cleaned up. This area that's taken forever. I guess there is clean water here. We should just grab. Yeah, those pockets of clean water aren't really doing anything. I should just grab those. I mean, we have one here. Enable auto bottle is on. So we're going to do that here as well. We're going to start feeding that in. Oh, I can't reach that. Okay, we'll put that there. Chlorine. Okay, open. Pop the doors. We're going to move the virtual planetarium in. We're going to eventually get the wires actually set up for that. The sweepers are going to be another thing. This is 2000 load. This is at 2.7. So what is this? 240, 300. So that's 3,000, a little bit over. And then we get these two. I guess that's not too bad. Let's do a quick fish count. Damn, this is healthy. Let's go get some target practice. I'm considering moving all this over to the left, so we don't have to walk as far in. Now that we're not running like a proper ranch anymore, we don't need the sweep setup. We could open this up. We could open this up. We could pop this. We could try to just move the fish ranch over. Clean up all the water that's in here as well. Kind of have to want that perfect base. The very extra stuff, man. Moving in the bottles a little bit at a time. Still got to do the mud spinning. Just a lot of labor right now. Fertilizer. We are back. Pickled meal at 27. And we have a lot still. Okay, we're ready. Spacefarer direction, bottom right. 3 out of 6. Always check the tiles. Because it always will tell you the maximum travel distance. It's always good to always know. Okay, a lot of this is built. Almost ready. Ooh, good amount of wires right here. Out of plastic? No. I guess we'll harvest some. There's a little bit down here. Go down. Lower the water level by a little bit. Why are you guys hanging out right here? There's these guys. Eggs. No plastic. No plastic in here. Pin pokies. 53. Once we could turn off the tepidizers, I feel like we're gonna have so much more power. If that's 960 per tepidizer, we have 2. Constant power draw. Okay. A lot of fish getting boxed. Area's a lot better looking now. Since this area has a ladder, I guess we could just dig that. There is still a lot of polluted oxygen. I might want to mop and then open this and allow these to kind of just clean. But at the same time, we're pulling from the bottom. Probably not wise. Still taking its time, but the drip feed has been working pretty solidly. Probably do want to allow the water to escape from the bottom. Okay, so we will plug that in once this runs out, and it's getting close. Making the lead, as long as we have the power. All right, let's attach the natty gas. See how bad this is gonna be. That's actually why I was trying to put off generating that much. I was a little worried, man, that we weren't gonna have enough power. As you could see, it was pretty fair. Pretty fair. Oh, did we get it? Thimbleweed Bountiful. Let's go. That's 2 down. Alright, this is done. Nice. Gas grass. Now we could do dust cap or blossoms. Alright, so dust cap is not bad. You just do a box, fill it up with CO2, plant the mushrooms. And then, oh, we need slime for that. We have slime. Oh, we have to do the clams for that then, because the sea queens are going to give us slime. Yeah, alright, we can wait on that. Bristle blossoms and salt vines. Alright, bristles it is. Temperature-wise, we kind of have to do it in here. So it makes sense to kind of just dig this out. We'll do it on the corner. Did we get rid of it? We did. Just have dupes just manually bring the stuff. Oh, wait. Shine bugs. Yes. Alright, we'll do it here. We're going to move the shine bug in for natural light. Put some doors in. Weezwort, a couple blossoms. Try to get the mutated seed that way. So if you guys are not sure what we're doing, we are running radiation from something called a Weezwort. I don't have any built anymore, huh? I just took that one down. And then that is giving us a chance for mutated seeds every time we harvest seeds, which is going to be exactly the goal. We have the mutators. Not all the plants, but all the plants on this list. It's a very specific list. Not all the crops, as the new DLCs introduce new plants that don't need to be mutated. But at the same time, no decor plants and no plants that have no food function. Everything is either going to be food for a critter or food for the dupes. So things like gas grass get a mutate, but you don't have to mutate anything like Oxifern. I guess Thimbleweed isn't food. Doesn't really check out then. Feels bad. Oh yeah. No eating lice loaf. That's illegal. I guess if y'all is hungry, y'all get the lettuce, but you guys shouldn't eat any of this raw stuff anymore. Same thing with the calamari. Eat the cooked fruit for the morale. Creature comforts. We are doing Drocone. I guess we shouldn't really think about doing this. I mean, we should. It's just that it's like, we get that. We can't drill until we get the reactor anyway. So let's just work on the reactor. Okay. We are gonna do 3, 1 on each side. Shine, bug, wrangle, relocate. Hopefully he doesn't get wrecked. Like, we wrangle him and he falls into ethanol and perishes. Because he doesn't know how to breathe in ethanol. Oh, come on. Okay, he didn't land in the ethanol at least. Okay, we have Wheezewort. I have no blossom seeds. No way. Oh, dude. Do we have that on the second planet? Dude, we got no blossom seeds. Oh, that's illegal. Dude. No blossom seeds, huh? Mealwood, nori, arbor trees, waterweed, nosh beans, salt vines. Aw, dude. We have no bristle blossom seeds. Alright, still scanning. So, I'm looking for something called sandstone biome. So we can't grow that then for the achievement. Yay. Salt vines, waterweed, pinch of pepper nut. Oh, we could do bog bucket. Do we have these? That's pea water. That's the funny thing. Alright, we'll have to send someone to the second planet real fast, grab some bog bucket seeds, and come back. Frankie, it's your time. Your time to shine. Okay, 2 tiles. There we go. Okay, so bog bucket seeds. What are these called? Bog bucket seeds. There it is. There's 2. Yeah, that's all we need. He's gonna run the wheel, do the thing. It should be good. Alright, so we need you to catch your breath. Target the tile. 30 databanks. That's so nice. It's kind of interesting now. Now that they give you an alternative way to do databanks, there's no real need for the orbital data lab anymore. And as a result, it feels like the data miner is not as bad. Because the orbital data lab collector is also bad now. Kind of funny how that works out. If this is bad, that's going to be bad too. And it works. I'm not actually too mad about that. Okay, this got built. Impressive. Alright, we'll cut the pump. Even though I probably do want to continue pumping. Still added in salt water so that this could run to max spring capacity. 15 tons. 16, 17 tons. I thought you get a lot from the lab. You do, but it's like, if you do your space scanning and then you go on a rocket ship and do space scanning, it feels like you get enough databanks to not use the Preceptor, but to grab some of the texts that are like, you need to beat the game. And as a result, don't need plastic. Right? Because you can just scan for your databanks now. Having that has been pretty sweet. Is Nosh Beans on this list? Nosh Sprout Mutant. Okay, it is. CO2. Radiation temperature. It is not cold enough. No, it's not cold enough, yo. Ah, man. Damn it. Okay, so we probably want to make a proper setup for that then. Can't do sleet wheat, grub fruit. We'll probably want to do that here as well. Grub fruit, seed. I do like the easy research. It's great for 1 or 2 free tax. It is. It is good times, man. Bog buckets. And then Wheezeworts. There should be pea water everywhere. Shouldn't have to worry too much about that, especially with the pitcher pump down there. Okay, he's flying back. We have 2 more pockets to go through. No pending deliveries. Grub fruit seeds. Frankie might be mad right now. Grub fruit seed 1. Alright, we need another one. Could you dig up some grub fruit? Oh, it's down here, huh? Oh yeah, we gotta enter the oil biome for the first time. That's an achievement. Alright, so we're gonna go here. Dig. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Dig. 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 Grab the grub fruit seed, bring that back. And then we gotta go to the oil biome for the achievement. Careful of that oil, man, dude. Don't worry, we're just gonna go in skinny to get the achievo and bounce. Really do be like that at times. Banquet hall, hospital. We're getting some of the rooms. Draining out the ocean water still. It's going pretty good. Okay, we have a bunch of water weed. I kind of feel like we should keep this here. Still draining out the waters. Let that be. This is ready to connect on that side. I guess we could do this. Okay, so now this is on a separate power line. This is mainly the water sieve. Power up there, we're probably going to want to change as well. Oh, we're going to need another power line for the suits up top. I probably do want to just pull it off of here. Makes just way too much sense. We'll have to wait till we get more resource in order to do that, though. 39. Don't make it some. Okay, so if the suits down here are connected, we don't need to connect this or that anymore. This connects to the side. And then 1, 2, 3. We won't connect this one yet. Or we could. No problem here. So now it's this one. These 2 are now connected. Adding power to the base. Back at home. It's going to be a little bit better. I mean, we are running natty gas too, so maybe we cut this line for now. Go back to ethanol. Yeah, we have some right there. Still making the lead. CO2 up the yin yang from the ethanol production. 2 cooks. Oh man, the illumination is bopping my bog buckets. No, dude. The reverse, because I was trying to do bristle blossoms right there. Feels bad, yo. So far, so good. Okay, so this line is connected to these 2, 3. Powering the rest of the stuff up top, including the suits. Alright, gotta give it some time. We're gonna tap this one soon. Let's get the drill on top of this. Then we will need to drain out more of the water. I do want to sweep this though. And then the big thing is going to be draining enough water. This is about to grow. We'll let that finish growing by digging. And then we'll get another one of these setups. Mamba, I hear you, babies. Yes. I'm going to bop this and probably move the ladder down. Need one here, then these 2. Dig that, dig this. If we ever get in a bad situation, we'll be able to climb the ladder out. Printables. Ooh, Megafrons. We probably don't want to grow that. We don't have chlorine geysers on this map. Feels bad. Alright, fillet of fish. Everything's looking great. We're back. We're back. Are we in the rocket ship? We're back, right? We're good. We is Doobie the Great. 18% stale. Alright, let's move this outside. We'll let the dupes eat that. Hopefully they do. It's gonna store that. Having 300,000 calories is awesome. And of course, people chat. It is gonna be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So everything's so far so good. 59, it's almost at the right temperature that we wanted to be at. We're going to be able to grow pin pockets really soon. Power is somewhat set up but not stabilized yet. We have the gens. We don't have the resource to run the gens. So we got to get more of that with the new thermal fissures. We are running ethanol. This little pool of ethanol is carrying us, and we'll have another pool right here we can tap into eventually. Not only that, there's a little bit right there that we could easily like do a spill and mop. And then there's other pools, one up there, small bubble up top. You don't really need that much ethanol. We also have a lot of hydrogen waiting for us from the Saturn critter traps right here. Auto harvest. And then we're going to be tying together all the tidal turbines to our spine. And then we're doing the concentrating the power and then redistributing the power. 1, 2, 3. This is not connected to anything. Why is the potential load 1120? There is no... Oh, ha. Material study terminal. Yeah, I guess it really do be like that sometimes. This line is going to eventually connect to the other ones. What we could do is pull this one out to here for now, but this should be fine. So guys, good progress today. Power is up. Food storage has been enabled. Now we're able to stack with the calories as much as we want. That also means we can take our time culling the fish. We may also want to do an auto fish culler by having them with an angry pokeshell or maybe a angry squid. We'll see. We might even just boil the fish flat up. 100 degrees, oh, it has to be steam, huh? Before it starts taking damage. But it's going pretty good. Base is coming together. We're doing a little bit more space. Almost in the deep space realm. Expanding out the starter space circle. And then cleaning up a little bit of the map still. Slowly doing the achievements, mutating some seeds. And I forgot to bring Frankie back home. Frankie, man, we need you to go to the oil biome really fast, though. Can you do that for us? Looks like it might be a little tough. Let's send him back before we forget. We'll come back and do this later. We'll have to come back for the sleet wheat seeds so that we do the achievement. I don't want this guy to die. He is sleeping as he's supposed to, I guess. Oh, look, he even had as a homie. So, of course, appreciate you guys. I guess we'll be everything out. It is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Take me to Frankie. There he is. Let's get that saved.